pizza.
Mm-hmm. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So when we have the granddaughter over, oftentimes we get pizza because she likes it. And so we got pizza, brought the granddaughter over. I get two pizzas, one cheese, one pepperoni. Nobody eats the pepperoni but me. Great. So, I had four pieces. We picked him up at lunchtime. She's not coming over till 4-ish. So, I have four pieces for lunch. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten since before the show. Wife takes a look at how many pieces I've had. She goes, "You can't have any more today." I go, "What the hell are you talking about?" She goes, "It's not healthy." I looked at her and I go, "When the hell has that ever entered the equation?" So she immediately wraps them up in foil. She's like, "This way I'll know if you're getting any because I'll hear you with the foil and what have you." And she puts them in the fridge. So I laughed. So I'm on slices 3 and 4 this morning for breakfast. And she was sound asleep on the couch, and I made sure to open all the pizza in the foil right in front of her. Yep, Calvin Ball, arms healing well. No, pepperoni pizza. Thank you. I took the chill off it. I put it in the microwave for 30 seconds. So it's cool to lukewarm pizza, depending on the spot.
There's Paula. She's very excited, David.
Oh, I knew today would be a capitalized morning.
Yes.
That's right, Steve. I did it to my wife, not Mark and I to each other. I don't know, Coffin Ball. Risky might have been putting the defense back on the field.
Yep. Ugh. I'm tired this morning.
Oh my goodness, Coffin Ball. Horrendous idea. You obviously didn't believe anything we were saying. "13 guys on the injured list." It didn't fit our system, but we saw it coming, by the way, Penn State over Purdue last night. Oh, Coffin Ball, we were banging the over of what, 51.5?
Yep. I actually had I said it was going to be a 3-point game. I had it pretty much right on. I had 30-27.
Right. I had 31-30 Green Bay.
All right.
Yeah, but apparently not as bad as the ACC, Coffin Ball.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I know the voice isn't all the way back, but I just felt like it. The football weekend got off to a robust start last night, and I'm feeling it. 37 conference championship games, all tight spreads. An interesting NFL weekend. I am feeling it. Feeling better. Good night's sleep.
Tell.
Yeah, you're in a dangerous position today. Your co-host got a really good night's sleep.
And he's had pizza for breakfast, which makes him a very dangerous person.
Exactly. I'm well fed and well rested. You're in a very dangerous position.
No, I like the spot I'm in right now.
I'm Dan Campbell. I'm going for it all night. 4th and 11. Let's go. Let's go.
You go 4 or 5 on 4th down in this show, David. We have a good show today.
That's true. Make a dadgum good point there, Mark. So Lee Sterling, who, by the way, was perfect last week on this show, 5-0 and got his game of the week right. He'll join us in a little less than an hour, and then Pat Kirwan in a little less than 2 hours to talk about the National Football League. But so how's your week gone? First full week of December. How's it gone for you?
It's been an interesting week. I mentioned it yesterday. My daughter's on a field trip. So the wife and I had, for the first time ever, no child last night during a school night. No child in the house. It was a party. I mean, wife was in bed by 8:30, I think.
So let me get this straight. The first night in 10 and a half years that you guys are alone and she's asleep by kickoff?
No, actually, she was out. She went out with some mom's club from the school. I went out with some friends. So the first night we had alone, we went out apart. We went out separately. Met up around 8:30. She got home about 8:30, 8:45. I'm on the couch watching the game, eating a sandwich. It was glorious.
Well, you've got this long-term marriage thing down pat right now.
Absolutely.
All right. My granddaughter looks at us and says, I need my space. Right. She's not yet 3. All right. And she tells us she needs her space. So
how do you respond to that?
I laugh. I just laugh. Okay.
Not time to take her seriously yet? You just laugh?
Yeah, totally laugh. I mean, please. You're not there yet. You will be one day. Okay. It's to most of the not me, but to my wife, everything she does is adorable. Everything is cute. Everything is adorable. Okay. Not me. All right. She does things and I look at, the parents and I look at my wife kind of like, seriously? All right, we're going to tolerate that? All right. But, oh no, everything's cute. Everything's adorable. Okay. I need my space. And, I looked right at her and said, want to go outside?
Want Snickers?
Yeah. I want to get away. I mean, what is this, a Southwest commercial? I need my space. So I'll give you space. So good one last night. We thought it would be. We were all over the game. We liked the Packers and the points. It was either a push or a Green Bay win. It was 3.5 in some spots at kickoff, depending on where you got it. We love the over, though. The over was 51.5, and that's 27-24. And Miller and Moulton were like, yeah, I don't know if either team's going to keep the other under 30.
And that's even with both teams trying to run the football to keep their defenses off the field.
Right. Try
and
to
they
slow
scored
the game
that
down.
way.
Yeah. It felt like an Army-Navy game, didn't it? Long possessions. There's going to be a score at the end. We just don't know if it's going to be a touchdown or a field goal. Kind of how the game felt.
But a solid game. Dan Campbell doing it again on 4th down. Going 4 or 5, getting the one late to not allow Green Bay to get the ball back, kicking the field goal, getting the win.
What'd you think of that call? Tie game, under 50 seconds to go, 4th and 6 inches, in field goal range with a very dependable kicker. But obviously, if he kicks the field goal, he's going to give the ball to Jordan Love with 40 or so seconds left to try to tie or win the game.
They didn't have anybody left on defense to put on the field, David. I had no issue with it whatsoever. Your job's to win the game. The best way to win the game was keep your defense off the field.
It reminded me of the Belichick decision, which didn't work out all those years ago when the Patriots were in Indianapolis against the Colts, and he had 4th and a yard on his own 29, and he went for it because at that point, I think the Colts had scored 2 or 3 possessions in a row, and he just looked at his defense and said, yeah, you ain't stopping them. If they get the ball back, they're going to win. Doesn't matter where they get the ball back, their own 20 or our 20. And so he went for it, and they actually completed a pass and came up short, which is difficult to do on 4th and 1. But they did. They completed a forward pass, too, and came up short of the line to game. And the Colts ended up scoring and winning, and Belichick took a lot of heat. And, even Peyton backed him up. Peyton said when he was on the sidelines, he goes, the last thing I wanted to see was them go for it. Because I knew if we got the ball, we were scoring.
That was the moment, wasn't it? Yeah, that was the 4th down moment. That was the transformative moment in the modern game of how we play 4th down. It was the Belichick moment against the Colts all those years ago. That was the moment that changed the way we think about how to play 4th down.
Before we had ever used the word analytics, or common sense or whatever, the Belichick on the road against the Colts trying to hold them off. And he's like, my best chance. And, he had Welker and Randy Moss, I think still. I mean, this was not the late run Patriots here. This was 15 years ago. This is Peyton and the Colts, at damn near their peak, between 06 and 2011 there. And he went for the win and came up like a foot short.
And now it's commonplace that we see it on 4th down with Detroit. They do it all the time. And yeah, it nearly backfired because Goff tripped. I still liked the call.
Well, I mean, we did a Monday night game a couple of weeks ago in which John Harbaugh went for it on 4th and a foot on his own 16 with 2 minutes to go in the half, trailing 10-7. But his thought was, well, first off, we're going to get it. And at the very least, I'll get out of the half, and we'll only be down 3 at the half. Secondly, if I punt here, I think I'm going to give up points. And then I'm going to be down 6 or 10 at the half. So, no, I got Derrick Henry. I got Lamar Jackson. I can get a foot. I'm going to go for it. 4th and a half a yard on his own 16 with 2 minutes to go in the first half, trailing. I mean, that's how we've evolved in this game. For better or worse, they converted. They ended up scoring a touchdown before the end of the half. So it worked out. It's worked out more times than not. But when it doesn't work out, we're pounding the table, screaming and yelling.
Don't listen to the analytics guy. When they are, and I don't know, Campbell, I don't know how much of it's the analytics. It's a feel. It seems like it's a feel for him.
Yeah. And he said so afterwards. It wasn't Mario Cristobal against Syracuse. He followed analytics.
Right.
The rest of us, had the feels. The rest of us are screaming, keep the ball in Cam Ward's hands. Do not let the defense back out on the field if you don't have to. Or at least not trailing. If you're going to put them back out there again, put them back out tied or leading by 1. Please. Please. Well, analytics says analytics hasn't been paying attention to the second half.
And your defense.
Right. And he even said, with our running game and that offensive line, that's the other thing. Come on. If you're the Detroit Lions right now, whether it's true or not, you think you can get a foot against the Steel Curtain. You think you can get a foot against the 85 Bears.
And when you got Sewell on the right side of that line, that's where they go seemingly every time on those plays. And between Montgomery and Sewell, and now Laporta getting in the block, and they've got the horses to get it done up front, and they did last night and did it several times. But Goff got the ball, 5 different receivers had more than 5 catches, something like that. I mean, he got the ball distributed pretty well last night in a game where both the run game and the pass game were working very well.
I mean, Goff and the Lions last night, Mark, seemed to me like, hey, who do you have on your fantasy team? Oh, you've got him? Well, he's only got 2 catches. We'll get him a couple on this drive. Hey, who do you have on your fantasy team? I mean, it just seemed as if they were like, hey, let me see the stat sheet. Oh, wow, we've only gone to him a couple times. Let's go to him on this drive. It just seemed as if, both teams to some degree, they could just kind of do what they needed to do. But it was entertaining. It was. And the Lions have won 11 in a row. The Detroit Lions have won 11 in a row.
It's remarkable.
When's the last time the Lions have won 11 in a row? I don't know the answer.
I don't think they have.
I mean, do we have to go back to the 50s?
I don't know if they have, David. I think
Ever.
this is the longest winning streak in franchise history.
Yeah. And we're just kind of accepting it also. Indiana Hoosiers are going to be in the college football playoff, and the Detroit Lions are the best team in the NFL, having won 11 in a row. All right? No, I mean, seriously. Is this like a scene from Back to the Future? I mean, is this what in the wide world of sports is going on here? And I am loving all of it. All of it.
And now we have conference championship weekend that looks like it's going to be very good at the least. Could be great. How close these point spreads are. You got the Boise game tonight with a playoff spot on the line. Can they finish and get the horse in the barn against UNLV?
And who knows? Maybe the running back can steal the Heisman also with a big effort. Do you think, by the way, right now, if they did the vote, Travis Hunter would win?
I do. Going away.
Interesting. I wonder if the Boise State running back can steal the Heisman tonight.
He would have to have a monumental performance, David.
Well, I mean,
and he's had a lot of them this year.
Yeah. If you lead a team to a first-round bye named Boise State in a top 10 ranking, I think you should get a lot of votes. Lee Sterling in 45 minutes. He was perfect last week here on Miller and Moulton.
The Swamp Buggy races are this Sunday in Naples. Oh, wow. It's their 76th season. Let's go.
Get your tickets now at swampbuggy.com. It's family fun. A day full of racing at Florida Sports Park off Exit 101. 6 racing classes, men and women, compete at speeds up to 80 miles an hour around the famed Mile of Mud. It's the race with more tradition than Sebring or Daytona.
Get tickets online now at swampbuggy.com or at the box office this Sunday.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Christmas is almost here, and Thursday the 12th through Sunday the 15th, Jason and Todd at the Diamond District are giving you an extra gift. They're liquidating lab-grown diamond jewelry, diamond studs, tennis bracelets, earrings, and more. All 50, 60, even 70% off. The Diamond District has been your trusted source for natural diamonds for over 20 years, and because they love all diamonds, Jason and Todd now have lab-grown during their liquidation sale.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, go Raiders. What do you mean by learn how to stop it? I mean, Lions are the best offensive line in the league. Well, I mean, shouldn't they, though? I mean, shouldn't an NFL team be able to convert a yard, a half a yard? And it's kind of tough to stop someone for no gain or a loss. Pretty much all they have to do is get a stalemate up front, and they can get it.
The Buffalo game means nothing for Detroit now, really.
Well, you'd like to keep that game.
Yeah, but it's an
Cushion.
AFC game.
Well, exactly. If you're going to lose the game, that's the game to lose. What I'm just curious about is that let's just say the Lions lose to the Vikings. All right. And them and the Eagles both end up 15-2, and they both end up with the same conference record. Who's the one? Because if you're Detroit, you don't necessarily want to have to play your guys the last game of the year. Only because it seems to be if you play your guys, they get hurt. Oh, I actually think Raiders, the Lions would travel well. The Lions running game, I think the Lions would travel well. I mean, there's no doubt they'd rather be home, but I actually think their style of play, they would travel okay. I don't know about that defense, though. I actually think the defense might prefer to be outdoors in the elements. It might help them.
Slow the game down a little bit.
Yeah. I actually think the fast turf isn't good for that defense right now. It is, but I think they would end up tied.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks for waking up with us on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks for being with us. 9 conference championship games. Another week is underway in the NFL. Never mind baseball winter meetings, I think, about ready to begin sometime over the weekend. And supposedly that means the Juan Soto sweepstakes are going to come to a head here in the next 72 hours. Just quick sidebar. Don't you just have to use everybody else to up the Yankees offer to as high as you can get it and say yes to the Yankees? I mean, come on. I mean, you know what we're talking about here. He's a left-handed hitter. What ballpark you want to play in for the rest of your career? Okay. You're going to get between $600 and $700 million from all these teams. Okay. Where do you want to play?
You want to play in Yankee Stadium?
You want to don the pinstripes, don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a Mets fan, and I'd love for him to sign with my team. But I mean, come on, if you're Juan Soto, aren't you just using everybody else here to get as much for Steinbrenner to throw on the table as possible, and then you say yes?
I'd want to play for the Yankees.
Would you be willing to leave $100 million on the table?
I don't know about $100 million, but I'd be able to leave money on the table. I'd leave $50 million on the table to be a Yankee.
Okay. I'm just asking. I mean, we're talking about anywhere from a 13 to 15-year deal reportedly. He's 26 years old, so somebody's going to sign him and basically take him to 40. Bryce Harper signed that 13-year deal with the Phillies. I mean, that's reportedly what we're doing here.
But I'd want to be a Yankee.
Yeah, I mean, come on. You just had arguably the best year of your career. All right, you're protected in the lineup, at least for the next few years. I mean, come on now. Never mind the whole post-playing career. If you go into the Hall of Fame as a Yankee, I mean, you can't do any better than that in that sport. Doesn't mean that they're the best franchise, but they're the most historic.
Yeah, this whole Dodgers facade is crazy if they are actually interested.
Well, remember what David Sampson told us, that if you defer money, you have to have the money like sitting in a pile at all times so that you can pay off the deferred money if for whatever reason on a minute's notice. So with all the money that the Dodgers have deferred, Ohtani's contract is $680 million, isn't it? Or yeah, it's $680 million deferred, because 68 of the 70 million a year is deferred for 10 years. So they apparently have $1 billion now deferred, which means the people that own the Dodgers have $1 billion just sitting in a pile,
right,
at all times by MLB rules. And they're supposedly in on Soto and other guys. Unreal.
And you wonder why fans across the country get upset when teams want cities to pay for their facilities.
Yeah. Yeah. I could definitely.
I mean, that's
see that.
where you've got $1 billion in deferred money, which means you have $1 billion. And I know not every franchise is the Dodgers and has the wherewithal to do what the Dodgers are doing, but that's the general speculation that comes across the sports fan, or not even the sports fan, the citizen, when someone says, build me a new stadium and you pay for it.
Did you hear what the one St. Pete city council person said yesterday? Because there were surprising developments yesterday. The thought was that St. Pete City Council wasn't going to take up the vote on the bonds and, their part of the deal with the Rays Stadium till after the first of the year. And all of a sudden it was a late add to the city council meeting. And it was like the last thing that they took up. And the St. Pete City Council actually passed their end of the deal late in the afternoon, early evening yesterday, 4-3. But one of the city councilmen, even though I think it was a woman who said this, all right, she said, yeah, I'm calling the Rays bluff. I don't really think they're in it, but they say they are. So, okay, if they say they are, then we are. And then she all but said, but I expect them to back out of the deal, but I ain't going to be the ones backing out of the deal. They're going to have to back out of it.
Someone's paying attention.
Mayor of St. Pete, I think he apparently had a meeting with the Rays here recently. And he said, listen, I'm telling you, they're in. They're in. They're not happy about, the timing and the cost overruns, but they're still in. And so I guess the St. Pete City Council folks said, all right, don't know if we believe you, but we'll believe you for today.
Still got to get the county to pass that vote for the bonds.
Yep.
But the first hurdle was cleared yesterday by the St. Pete City Council.
A big one. I mean, the bigger one is December 17th, but yeah. Okay. One down, one to go. Puts a lot of pressure on those county commissioners, though.
On the new county commissioners, especially.
Yeah. I mean, basically, are you going to kill the deal? are you gonna cost us our Major League Baseball team?
And while it may be the more popular direction by the citizens, it will be met with a lot of unfriendly folks if they don't pass it.
So anyway, some of the developments in sports not named football, there are other things actually going on out there. But it's a huge football weekend, and the college championship games are 3 of them tonight, by the way. 3 of them. I want to see the scene at West Point because the AAC championship game is on campus and Army is hosting Tulane. Come on. How great is that?
They're a big dog, too.
They're 5-point dog. And Tulane got whooped last week by Memphis. Tulane got whooped, and it cost Tulane.
Yeah, Tulane had a shot. If they would have run the table and Boise lost, they would have been the team from the group of 5 that would have made the college football playoff.
Very much so.
Now, the winner of UNLV Boise is going to be the team that's going to make the college football playoff.
But Tulane, a 5-point favorite at Army. Here's the funny thing, though. I mean, if you looked at the cadets and you said, here's the deal. You can only win 1 game in December. You got the AAC title game at home against Tulane, or you got Navy and DC in a week. I mean, they'd look at you and go, are you serious? I mean, it's kind of like Ohio State, Michigan last week. Listen, if I tell you you got 2 games coming up, you got this one and you got the Big Ten championship game, they'd look at you and go, yeah, I don't care about the Big Ten championship game.
Yeah, Ohio State fan hasn't come out of their house yet this week.
It's so funny you say that. I saw someone yesterday who had their Ohio State stuff on, and I started talking to him. How you doing? I said. And he looked at me and I go, that's pretty solid of you to, wear that clothing. I go, I applaud you. You're a fan. Okay. You're proud. And
you're a better man than me. I almost did it yesterday to an Alabama fan at Costco. He had his Alabama gear on, and I wanted to just look at him and go, do you really think you deserve to be in the playoff? But
you held back.
I held back.
You did. Yeah. No, I thought we were late enough in the week yesterday. They had what, 100+ hours to let it all soak in. And, the guy was, when I said you're proud, and he said, well, not as proud as I wanted to be.
I had clothes lined up to wear all week.
Right.
Had to take the first 3 days off before I put Buckeye gear back on.
So, but yeah, I don't know if he'll be out of it by Christmas. I don't know when. They're going to have to go on a run here, I think, for Ohio State fan to snap out of this.
Starting 5 is next, Miller and Moulton.
This is historic. This Sunday, Swamp Buggy Racing returns for their 76th season in Naples.
Let's go. Tickets are on sale at swampbuggy.com. And wow, they have kids' prices too.
It's family fun and serious racing as this great Southwest Florida tradition lives on at Florida Sports Park off Exit 101 in Naples. 6 classes, swamp buggies, even Jeeps flying around the famed Mile of Mud.
Get more details and tickets now at swampbuggy.com. Tickets available at the box office this Sunday.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yes, Deadstruck. Mm-hmm. Yep. It was badass.
Wait a minute. Arch, you wore your what to church on Sunday? Your Ohio State stuff, your jersey? You can't be that guy. If you're wearing the stuff to church, I hate to break it to you, you are that guy. That's my favorite thing to count at church is the people that are wearing their team stuff, particularly NFL stuff. Like they think they're going to get an extra boost.
Although your guy's a big Eagles fan, right?
He passed.
Oh, no.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. The viewing was yesterday. Funeral's today. He was a nice man. Saw him at the Halloween trunk or treat thing. He was hassling me because I was on my phone looking at scores. He's like, you're looking at scores, aren't you? I said, yes, I'm looking at scores. I said, and if it was Sunday, you'd want an Eagles score. So don't hassle me.
You liked him.
Nice guy. I liked him a lot.
Realtor Clark, why are you glad they're in the NFC?
Because he is a Chiefs fan and he's scared of the Lions.
Ah.
Barry Sanders, Billy Sims. Who would be the Lions Mount Rushmore?
Calvin Johnson. And then probably, Joe Schmidt? I mean, you got to go somebody from back in the day.
The quarterback's escaping me from back in the day.
Bobby Lane.
Bobby Lane. There you go.
Would Sims make it?
I don't know.
That funny.
Who's the Orlando Magic Mount Rushmore?
The Magic are a lot like the Mets, in which they've had great players, but they don't play
Right.
their whole careers with them. You know, Shaq played 5 years?
He'd still be on it.
Well, then you got to have Penny on it.
Yep.
McGrady. Dwight Howard.
That's kind of where I was leaning. But I mean, Paulo could crack that
Oh, yeah.
very quickly, if you know what I mean.
If they can get him to stay, if he can sign a contract.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Do you want to clarify something? Pius in our Twitch chat room has said, guys, if I remember what David Sampson said correctly, they have to have the money in baseball put aside for a day. And apparently that day is July 1st. So on July 1st, the Dodgers have to have $1 billion and change sitting on the side. Apparently on July 2nd, they can take that money back and do with it what they want. So apparently it's a day. So got it.
A liquidity factor, though, you've got to get to on that day.
Right. Selling a lot of stock, aren't you? Then buying it back the next day, hoping it's not costing you money. Hoping maybe you make money on the thing. But Pius, appreciate the update. We love updates on this show. Thank you. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
By the way, we got to start thinking about a poll question. You know, Swamp Buggy Races, they're depending on us having 5 solid poll questions, although we had 2 yesterday. So I know we might be trying to cheat by going 4 days, 5 questions, but I think they're wanting a 5th day.
We can give them a 5th day.
All right, so think about it. By the way, Swamp Buggy Races this Sunday at noon, swampbuggy.com. Buy your tickets, or the gates open at 10. Thursday Night Football last night, it looked like a good one on paper. It was. The Lions won their 11th in a row. They've never done that in franchise history. The franchise has been around a while. 34-31 over Green Bay. Jake Bates, 3rd time this year, by the way, he won a game with a kick at the gun. 3rd time. Jared Goff had 3 touchdown passes. Josh Jacobs had 3 touchdown runs. Packers are 9-4. They're obviously now playing for the wild card. Detroit's 12-1, and they're the 1 seed. And my understanding is, if by chance they lose a game, and say it's even to an NFC team, and them and the Eagles end up tied at 15-2, and they have the same conference record, for what, at least what I looked up during the break, Mark, Detroit has the breaker. I don't know what tiebreaker that is. It's got to be like a 4th or 5th breaker, but apparently Detroit's got the breaker. So we'll see. So the Lions have a little margin for error here, if that is in fact the case, in order to be the 1. Hey, they announced who the finalists were for the Walter Payton Man of the Year yesterday. For those of you that don't know, each team gets 1 nominee. And then of the 32, they pick who their NFL Man of the Year is. It's arguably the most prestigious award in the NFL. I mean, be honest. If you had to win a Walter Payton Man of the Year or an MVP, which would you rather have?
Walter Payton. I mean, that means you're a good human being.
Right. And the Chiefs, by the way, nominee is Travis Kelce. The Dolphins is Alec Ingold. Tampa Bay is Mike Evans. And the Jags is Eric Armstead. For the Cowboys, it's Zach Martin, which has to be a little bittersweet because he was put on the injured list yesterday with a right ankle injury that needs surgery. His season is done. And you wonder if his Cowboys career, if not his career, is done. A shocking story emerged around dinner time yesterday. Bill Belichick interviewed for the North Carolina head coaching vacancy and apparently crushed it. Now, they're hesitant to hire him, 72 years old, no college experience, but apparently he's fascinated with the job, which I just think shows how interesting a dude he is. He is peculiar, isn't he? I mean, he's dating
He's one of one. There's no doubt, David.
He's dating a 24-year-old, okay? And he's never spent a day in college football, and he interviewed for the North Carolina head coaching vacancy.
Well, she can give him an idea what college life's like. She's closest one to it.
Well, that is true, but that's life. He then has to coach. We're on to NC State. We're on to Wake Forest. Another
conference realignment, Bill.
We just play whoever they put in front of us. Okay, you got to win all the games. Unless you're Alabama, then apparently you can lose 3. Another story emerged late yesterday, and I don't think this is surprising to a Bears fan at all. It's disheartening, but not surprising. So the word came out yesterday that, right around the time Jim Harbaugh was winning a national championship at Michigan, he knew he was going to the NFL, and he picked up the phone and called somebody with the Bears and said, "Hey, if I'm available, would you be interested?" And apparently the person who answered the phone said, "Hell yeah," and then ran and told President Kevin Warren, and Kevin Warren said, "Absolutely not. We're not interested."
Well, they got Kevin Warren.
Right. And they got half a season out of Matt Eberflus.
That is that really doesn't surprise me at all.
I don't think it surprises a single Bears fan. Disheartening as hell.
Right.
Okay. And yes, there's an unethical part. You still have a coach, even quite frankly, unethical on Harbaugh's part. They still have a head coach, and you're calling up saying, "Hey, okay, would you fire him for me?" All right. I mean, there's a lot of coaches that are like, "Listen, I won't even entertain a place that, if they reach out to him while they still have a coach, a lot of those same coaches go, 'Well, I don't want to work for them. Look how unethical they are.'" But this is the real world. They were debating, if you remember, whether or not to keep it Matt Eberflus last year. They actually held a presser to say they were bringing him back. College football, we got 3 conference championship games tonight. The Mountain West, 8 o'clock Fox. Boise State, a 4-point favorite at home against UNLV. 8 o'clock ABC. The AAC conference championship game. It'll be at West Point. Army hosting Tulane. Tulane, a 5-point favorite. And 7 o'clock CBS Sports Network in Jacksonville, Alabama. Jacksonville State will host Western Kentucky for the Conference USA title. We mentioned it last segment. St. Pete City Council moved up their stadium financing vote to yesterday and passed it 4-3. So now on December 17th, Pinellas County decides whether or not to fund the bonds and put the ball very much in the Rays court as to whether or not, hey, we financed the deal. Are you in or are you out?
But the first step was taken by the St. Pete City Council, and that's a good one. Now we have the county commissioners to decide the fate of this stadium deal.
Meanwhile, the other stadium situation in baseball is in Las Vegas, and their stadium authority approved plans and financing for the A's new ballpark. There's one other hurdle they have to climb, but apparently that hurdle is a very low one, that the folks involved with that hurdle are all on board. So there appears, yesterday seemed to be the last potential roadblock for the A's ending up in Vegas. The stadium is now going to be $1.75 billion. The A's ownership has agreed to pay $1.1 billion of it and all overruns. I'm sure the folks in Oakland are like, yeah, you never offered to pay that kind of money for us. Luis Severino is showing us just how much money is going to be thrown around in free agency. Because it's one thing for Blake Snell, a two-time Cy Young Award winner, to get 30-something million a year. It's another thing for Luis Severino, who's had one good year this decade, to go out and get 3 years and $67 million from the Sacramento A's. The most money, by the way, the A's have ever guaranteed to a player. Luis Severino gets the money. White Sox third baseman and longtime broadcaster Bill Melton passed away yesterday in Arizona. He was 79. 8 games in the NBA last night. Here's a few of them. By the way, how about this stat line for Jokic? He went into Cleveland playing against, best, second best, third best, whatever you think the Cavs are team in the league. And the Cavs have a really good front line. Yeah, 27 points, 20 rebounds, 11 assists. Cleveland beat the Nuggets.
Day at the office, David.
Yeah. Embiid can't play, by the way. And that's what Jokic is doing on a Thursday in Cleveland. Cleveland won by 12. The Wizards lost their 16th straight. They look historically bad, by the way.
Piston bad?
Yeah. Mark, they're 2-18.
Well, that's what the Pistons did. I mean, it's the exact same thing the Pistons did last year. They were 2-2 and went on that huge losing streak.
Well, they're now 2-18. Mark, that's a 100 winning percentage.
It's not very good.
No, it really isn't. Quick math off the top of my head, that's on pace to win 8 games. That seems low. That's an NFL over-under, a college football over-under, not an NBA over-under. Golden State snapped the 5-game skid. They beat Houston 99-93. Knicks took care of the Bobcats 125-101. And by the way, this is a regulation score. The Bulls in San Antonio beat the Spurs 139-124.
That's fun.
263 points scored last night.
That's fun.
Over-under was like 230, and they scored 263. College hoops, we called it. We saw it coming. It didn't fit our system because all the money was coming in on Penn State, and they were actually a 1-point favorite at tip. But you had the unranked team at home against the highly ranked team on the road, and Penn State beat 8th-ranked Purdue 81-70, and the game wasn't that close. Jacksonville and North Florida, winners on the men's side. South Florida, and Jacksonville, all winners on the women's side. By the way, Mark, since the men in the SEC ACC Challenge went 14-2, it's worth pointing out that the women went 10-6.
Storming every court, David.
Yes, they are. Hockey, Braden Point with 4 assists. Lightning 8-1 over the Sharks. So the Panthers led 3-0, then trailed 5-4 late in Philly, only to score 3 goals in the final 5 minutes, including an empty netter, and beat the Flyers 7-5. Winnipeg beat Buffalo in overtime 3-2. St. Louis is 4-0-1 since hiring Jim Montgomery. They beat Calgary in overtime 4-3. Detroit didn't hire Jim Montgomery. They lost to Ottawa 2-1. Carolina beat Colorado 5-3. Golf, the Bahamas, Tigers, Hero Challenge, World Challenge, whatever. Cam Young, 8 under, has a 2-shot lead over Justin Thomas. Cantlay and Scheffler are 2 guys at 5 under, 3 back. By the way, did you see Scotty Scheffler, the stand-up comedian, earlier this week?
I did not.
So some guy said, hey, when you were, growing up, did you ever think you'd be standing around the putting green talking with Tiger Woods? I saw you talking to Tiger earlier, just shooting the bull. What were you guys talking about? And Scotty Scheffler, with a complete deadpan, straight face, said, well, we both were just talking about, how we can't believe we're not getting paid to play in the Ryder Cup. And, can't believe that LIV is making the money they're making and we're only playing for the money that we're playing. And, basically just complaining about our situations. And then he just stopped and waited 3 seconds and then had a huge smile on his face. It's like, look at that.
Good for him.
Scotty Scheffler's got jokes.
Look at that.
Ah,
Multifaceted guy.
yeah.
Takes on the cops, tells jokes, plays
Right.
golf on the side.
Right. One of the lines he had was, I was just complaining about how little money I made last year. Yep. Look at him. And Scotty's got jokes. At 8 minutes before the hour, that was the starting five. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
Lee Sterling coming up in about 7 minutes time here on the show. 21,000 is the text line. We will have a poll question. We had 2 yesterday.
Right.
I don't know if it's just simply what championship game are you most interested in.
Okay.
I don't know if it's we go back to the Alabama well if SMU loses, who gets in?
SMU or Bama? Okay.
I mean, do we wait till Monday for that poll question because SMU could very well have lost by then? It could be an actual.
Well, I think
Something
don't they let us know Sunday night
Right,
or
they let us know Sunday night.
noon Sunday? I think they actually do it by noon Sunday. I think they let us know what the playoff matchups are. So if we're going to do it, Mark, we have to do it next hour. Think
All
about
right.
it. Miller and Moulton. Lee Sterling, who was perfect on this show last week, is next.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
do we want to put points on it, or do we just want to say if SMU loses?
Yeah, if SMU loses. Who do you think should get the final playoff spot? 11-2 at SMU, and put in parentheses 11-2. Alabama 9-3. Or just put SMU and Alabama.
Oh, crap. Put Lee on screen. Hi, Lee.
Morning.
Morning.
Well, Mark, is that a red or an orange shirt?
White with red.
Okay. Thought we might have had orange. We could have had like a Dolph, all the Dolphins.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. And as we have mentioned for an hour now, he was literally perfect last week. 5-0 on this show. Andy got his game of the week right. He is Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, ParamountSports.com, 800-400-9741. Follow him on X at Paramount Sports. Welcome to December. How are you?
Can't complain at all. We also went, I think since Thanksgiving Day, 16-3 for my clients. So no one's complaining right now.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
That's very good. Listen, this shapes up as the best conference championship weekend ever. Mark believes that's because we've done away with divisions. So we have the best matchups that we've ever had. You ready to get started?
I am.
All right. I'll be in Indianapolis heading there after the show. Oregon, I'm surprised the line is only 3.5 favored over Penn State in the Big Ten title game.
What did you think it should be?
5, and I thought it was going to be between 5 and 6. 5.5 is where I thought the line would be.
Okay. Let me give you some reasons why it's probably lower.
Okay.
So if you look at almost every major statistical category, rushing offense, rush defense, and pass defense, Penn State ranks higher. Against common opponents, Wisconsin, Maryland, Washington, and Purdue, Penn State had a better margin of victory. I think the pressure is off Penn State. These kids had to be either watching the game, the Michigan-Ohio State game, in disbelief, or were, running around town and just shocked at the score. If they would have gone into the college football playoff and Ohio State was in this game, I truly believe they'd be seeded 5th or 6th. I still think they'll be seeded 5th or 6th unless they get blown out here. So I know James Franklin's record. I know it's 1-16 straight up, 5-12 against the spread, but got to be something this year, all year long. Teams traveling 2 to 3 time zones in the Big Ten, losing at a high level here against the spread. I think the line should have been 1.5. So I think the Ducks are out of water. I think that we're going to see an upset. Penn State 27-23. How about that?
Wow.
Ducks out of water there.
Yeah.
Yep.
See what he did there?
Right. It's hunting season for Penn State is what he's telling us. All right, SMU and Clemson. Clemson gets into the playoff with a victory. SMU, we think, is in no matter what, but they assure themselves a playoff spot with the victory. SMU, a mere 2.5-point favorite in this one, Lee.
Yeah, if Clemson wins in a close game, we could see some crazy stuff happen here. So I know Cade Klubnik is a good quarterback, but I just don't think he's elite. Look what his 4 games, second half of the season, against average to above average teams: Pitt, Virginia Tech, Louisville, and South Carolina. He throws for just 6 yards per pass attempt. If you put that out, spread that out over the entire season, that would be bottom 15 with teams like Rice, Sam Houston State, and UConn. On the other side, Kevin Jennings, quarterback who became the starter in week 4 for SMU, averaging 9.3 yards per pass attempt. So this guy comes out of nowhere. They thought Preston Stone was going to be their guy. He had the yips, couldn't even throw in warm-ups, 10-yard passes to his receivers. Since Jennings became the starter, they put up between 28 and 66 points in every single game. 9 straight wins here. Their defense has been salty of late against Virginia and Cal. Gave up just a total of 13 points in those 2 games to end the season here. I like SMU. I think they win and cover. I think the right team is favored here, 28-24.
All right, a rematch of a regular season matchup in the SEC title game. Texas, who lost at home by 2 scores, and I don't even know if the game was that close. Now they're a 2.5-point favorite in Atlanta against Georgia. The Dogs get to bring their mascot. Texas doesn't get to bring theirs. They are honked.
Oh, I did hear that, but that's a good fake storyline there, though.
Yes, I just saw that. Throw it in.
I did see that. So Texas was manhandled in the first game. Georgia came to play and they didn't. Who knows why? But if you watched the game last week, Texas just dominated Texas A&M, both lines of scrimmage. That score should have been 30 to 37 to nothing. They were that in control of that game. If you looked at the score, you thought, oh, it's fairly close. It wasn't. So if they had won by 20, let's say 27 or more points, this line's 5.5, 6 points, I truly believe. How about this? Georgia, not in any major top 25 in any major statistical category on offense or defense. I can't remember the last time I've seen that. It's been a long, long time. I watched this Georgia team. They should have lost to Georgia Tech. How Georgia Tech let that game slip away is crazy here. So I think Texas is going to expand the use of Arch Manning here. I think you'll see some more wrinkles. they throw in here. I could see him playing 20, 25% of the game here. Obviously, Quinn Ewers is not 100%. Favorite 25-6 straight up SEC championship games. My best bet of all the games we're going to talk about, these 5 games, Texas 31-21 over Georgia.
And Kirby has an SEC championship game problem. He's 1-4 in this game. He's actually won more natties than he's won SEC titles. All right, to Sunday we go. The Bucks, winners of 2 in a row, now tied for first in the NFC South, and they're a solid 6 or 6.5, depending on where you look, favored against the woeful Raiders.
Well, Tampa Bay and Atlanta tied at 6-6. These are some flawed teams here. Tampa Bay, 30th in pass defense. But I think the Raiders are so bad in almost every major offensive category. And I do think we're going to see change there. I think they'll make a coaching change with the Raiders. I think Tom Brady will be the guy that spearheads that. And just think that their running game, Bucky Irvin, starting to come around. And Baker making some plays when he needs to. Not going to be a blowout, but I can see Tampa Bay winning and covering 28-20.
All right, this game usually, gets everybody excited, and I don't know if anybody's even at all excited about Dolphins and Jets, including the Dolphins and Jets. But the Dolphins have to win out if they want to have a shot at the playoffs. It starts with the win against the Jets. None of us think they can do it, but they've got to win this game, and they're a pretty heavy favorite.
They are, and going to be a beautiful afternoon. So if you want to get out, maybe it's something you do. So the Jets can't win close games. 6 of the last 8 losses have been by a combined 19 points. Horrible loss for the Dolphins. Just didn't even compete again. I mean, the list goes on and on. Big games here. Maybe the Jets aren't pressuring now because, the heat's off. They're 3-9. The one question, the biggest question with the Jets here, Breece Hall, will he play? Listen, it's questionable. I would say, I think it's 65, 70%, in my opinion, that he'll play here. The Jets' numbers don't match up, giving up the 4th fewest yards per game and ranked number 2 in pass defense. You should have a winning record with stats like that on defense here. I think it's going to be a shootout. I think Miami wins this game 30-27. I would take a slight lean on the Jets, but my biggest play is the over 44.5.
The spread is 5.5 right now. You get 5.5 if you take the Jets. Lee's game of the week this week, the Bills and the Rams. The Bills playing some NFC teams now here. They'll go Rams and then they'll go Lions. Bills and Rams line is 3.5. That's Lee's game of the week. How do they get it?
Just call 800-400-9741. First 10 people to call 800-400-9741. Get the game for free and call it Double Down December. Get every game through December 31st. If you use coupon code SAVE200, just $247. So it's going to be fun. That's 4 weeks of action. We're red hot. Hopefully it continues through December. Usually does. Just one place, ParamountSports.com. I just want to remind you guys, no show next week. There's only the NFL. We take off next week and catch up on my sleep, working 85, 90-hour weeks. And we'll come back in 2 weeks and we'll do our college football bowl extravaganza show.
And it also the playoff that when we do it in 2 weeks, it'll be the first round of the playoffs. So to review, Lee is taking the points with Penn State. He's actually calling for the upset. He's going to lay the points with SMU, going to lay the points with Texas, going to lay the points with Tampa Bay, and going to take the points with the Jets, but really likes the over in the Dolphins-Jets game. If you're going to play it as game of the week, Bills and Rams, you can get it by calling 800-400-9741 or ParamountSports.com. Lee, as always, all the best.
You too, guys. Take care. Be safe.
Lee was 5-0 on his picks on this show last week and got his game of the week right. He's only missed one big play this year.
Yes, I know.
And he lost that one in like 4 overtimes. He's only really had one bad beat, if you know what I mean.
And that game was at the A&M Auburn game.
And
A&M spotted him 21 points in that game and still came back and nearly won.
Right. So, but he's had a very good year. He's had a good year on this show as well. Who's had 2 really good weeks back to back? We don't want, to publicize it and have people change the narrative as to, how much we suck. Mark Miller has gone 8-2 the last 2 weeks. Back to back 4-1 weeks for one Mark Miller. I don't know if you've heard of him. He's one half of Miller and Moulton. Pretty ho-hum radio show, but he's gone 8-2 the last 2 weeks and has been dangerously close to going 10-0 also.
Need another big week. Creeping up on the Mendoza line. I've done this several times this year where I've gotten dangerously close to the Mendoza line only to have it just bite me. And I stick with 5 games. How many games are you going with this week, David?
Oh, man, I was really hoping to make it to break without you asking that question. Mark, I'm going to pick every single conference championship game, so I'm going with a baker's dozen.
Well, the good news is that you're only 6 games beneath the Mendoza line, so this is your opportunity to make a big charge at the end of the season.
No doubt about it. I go 10-3 this week. I'm above the Mendoza line. Absolutely.
So there you have it. Miller and Moulton will make our picks on the other side. Lee Sterling from Paramount Sports just made his picks. Pat Kirwan will join us top of the 8 o'clock hour. Let's see if we can keep this train a-rolling. The picks from Miller and Moulton come next, plus our Swamp Buggy poll question as well.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, but we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Pat Kirwan to join us coming up at the top of the hour on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
So what's the Swamp Buggy Races poll question we decided on?
That's what it's called. Swamp Buggy Races poll question.
It is this week. And
Yeah,
it might,
I just couldn't get it out before the break there. I couldn't get much out there. That was a bad segment for me, David. A lot went wrong inside this room. We're all good now.
Mark, here's the important thing. You hit the out cue, okay? When it was time to go to break, you hit the button, okay? So it was perfect, okay? Just because you were BD, that's all, folks, leading up to it. And whatever. Just get to break.
Wow.
You did.
If Clemson loses, or if SMU loses to Clemson, who do you think should get the last playoff spot? That's our poll question. SMU or Alabama?
Okay, there you go. Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Sunday noon, Florida Sports Park, Naples, 76th year of the Swamp Buggy Races. Go to swampbuggy.com, buy your tickets, or you can just show up 10 a.m. Sunday. The gates open. Good family fun. If you haven't been in a while, check it out. It's supposed to be a beautiful day. The Swamp Buggy Races, Sunday, noon, Naples. All right, Mr. Back-to-back 4 in 1 week. So you ready?
I am.
Okay. Imagine I'm doing a drum roll for you.
All right. I think Texas gets revenge on Georgia.
Okay.
I think that they're playing better football right now. I think that Georgia is good but not elite. And I think Texas will show them with their passing game that they're going to take advantage of Georgia in this game. I like Texas laying the 2.5. I'm going head-to-head with Lee on the Big Ten title game. Penn State doesn't win big games. And I don't think they win one here. I think Oregon's been the best team in the country all year for a reason. I think Oregon gets it done. I'll lay the 3.5. The kid from Boise is going to have a big night tonight. I don't know if he steals the Heisman, but on the Smurf turf.
Giante there?
Yeah.
The running back? Over, under, $150?
Over.
Okay. All right.
I think he's going to go for like $174 is my number for him tonight. And they beat UNLV, and I'll lay the 4 with Boise. I have a soft spot for Arizona. I think that they're playing well, even despite the loss to Minnesota this past week. I think they rebound and beat Seattle at home and keep that division just as crazy as it's been all year long. Give me Arizona, and I'll lay the 2.5. And is Kansas City really going to sweep the Chargers?
I think so. I think the Chargers are very banged up. I think the Chargers are offensively challenged right now. But so you're taking the points?
I'm taking the 4 points in the Chargers.
On the road.
I know it's on the road. I actually think the Chargers win outright.
Look at you. You never call for an upset. Ever. Wow. So you feel strongly about this. Okay. 4 favorites in the Chargers. Look at you, by the way, your love affair. You are so back. You are openly cheating with the Chargers now. You're not even hiding it anymore.
I'm not. I really should have wore powder blue today just to emphasize my love of the Chargers.
I mean, the gossip magazines are just showing pictures of you holding hands with the Chargers, and they're saying married Mark Miller. Okay. It just doesn't matter. You're just cheating with the Chargers right now. And in fact, your quote to the gossip magazine was, "Who's got it better than us?" Okay. That's how much you're cheating with the Chargers right now. I don't know if your wife knows. All right, here's the deal. I'm picking every single conference championship game. Favorites almost always win the conference championship games, just so you know. Almost always. There have been very few upsets in the 20-plus years that we've had all these conference championship games. There really are. With that in mind, I'm taking Boise and laying the 4 tonight. I would take the 4 if the game was tomorrow. I actually think the short week is going to help Boise in this case. I like Jacksonville State at home laying the 5 in the Conference USA Championship game. And I can't believe I'm doing this. I think Tulane is much more skilled than Army. And you know I love the armed forces. I can't believe I'm doing this. If you bet Army football, you've made so much money this year. I'm taking Tulane and laying the 5. I like Arizona State straight up. Iowa State, they've lived too many close games. I think they lose a close game this time. I'll lay the 2. I like Ohio getting 2 in the MAC title game. Texas has not beaten a single Power 4 team that won 9 or more games this year. Just for the record, they don't have a single win over a Power 4 team with 9 or more games. And it makes no sense. Kirby's 1-4 in the SEC championship game. I know how bad they looked. Okay, I get it. Georgia's going to beat Texas again. Give me Georgia in the 2.5. I'm taking Louisiana laying the 6. The Raging Cajuns, by the way, the money has moved big on this game. They opened at 4. I'm with Mark. We're both riding Oregon against Penn State. I think Oregon wins by a touchdown. And I like SMU. And I think SMU's going to win by 10. I like SMU over Clemson. I'll lay the 2. Mark and I agree on the Arizona Cardinals. It's a must-win. They're a game back. They lose to Seattle. They're done. So we think they win and they tie things up in the West. I'm laying the 2.5. Okay, everybody's picking the Vikings, right? Falcons have lost 3 in a row. Vikings have won 5 in a row, right? Kirk Cousins hasn't thrown a touchdown pass in a month, right? Falcons suck. Kirk Cousins sucks. All right, give me the Falcons in 5.5. This is how the NFL works. Just when you think something's going to happen, go the other way. I think Kirk Cousins plays really well. Don't know if Atlanta wins, but give me the 5.5. Vikings, by the way, despite the 5 wins in a row, if you had their opponent in 5.5, you would have won 3 of those 5 games. The Jags are really bad. And Mac Jones, when he's been quarterbacking, they've had no offense. I don't care about the 2 gimme touchdowns at the end of the Houston game. I'm going to take the Titans in Nashville, led 3.5. And Mark, excuse me. I think neither team will score 20 points in the Chiefs-Chargers game. I think both teams are offensively challenged. I think the Chargers will play a slower pace. So I'm betting the under 42.5 in the Chiefs-Chargers game. So there. I actually think the Chiefs will win. I don't know if they'll cover because they haven't covered much. But my first over-under play of the year, and that's my Baker's dozen, 13 picks sure to go wrong this week.
So I write all these picks down. I have a notebook in which I write them down. I write my picks. I write Lee's picks. I write David's picks. I keep track of David and I's records for the year so that we're all on the up and up, and you guys can ask how we've done and go the other way. I might need another notebook just for David's picks this week. I mean, you let loose today.
Well, every single conference championship game is 9 picks right there.
I know.
Right. So, and once I got to 9, it was just like, okay, what number are we going to go with? Elite 11, okay? Or I wasn't going to go with 12. I wasn't going to go with Dirty Dozen. So it was either going to be Elite 11 or Baker's Dozen. And I got to 12 really quickly. So I said, okay, I need a 13th. That's when I threw in just to amuse myself. You know what? Why don't you throw it in over-under?
13 picks.
Yep. There you go. Listen, you saddled me with a loss last week. I did not have it on my official picks. You saddled me with a loss. You guilted me in. You said, listen, we've been listening to you for 7 months talk about A&M beating Texas. You have to bet the game. Okay. And I lost. We had a 5-2 week without you last week. Instead, it was 5-3. So to make you pay, I went with 13 picks. So you'd have to listen to that.
Writer's cramp. Just getting all these games in for crying out loud.
The biggest point spread on the board is 6 also. It's remarkable how many close spreads we have this week in football.
3 tonight. We get started with conference championship weekend and then everything tomorrow as well. Pat Kirwan coming up in 30 minutes time here on Miller and Moulton. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question of the day. If SMU loses to Clemson, who do you think should get the last playoff spot, SMU or Alabama? Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, or Miller_Moulton on X to vote. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
The Swamp Buggy races are this Sunday in Naples. Oh, wow. It's their 76th season. Let's go.
Get your tickets now at swampbuggy.com. It's family fun. A day full of racing at Florida Sports Park off Exit 101. 6 racing classes, men and women, compete at speeds up to 80 miles an hour around the famed Mile of Mud. It's the race with more tradition than Sebring or Daytona.
Get tickets online now at swampbuggy.com or at the box office this Sunday.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, goodness. Whew. That's a great question, Baxberg. That's funny also. That's very snarky. That's a great post. There you go. Feeling the snark. I like it.
That's funny, Brian. That's pretty good.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till Pat Kirwan joins us at the top of the hour on a Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. The Swamp Buggy Races poll question of the day. If Clemson were to beat SMU in the ACC championship game. By the way, who'd have thunk it at the beginning of the year, Mark, if we said, hey, Clemson's going to play SMU in the ACC title game and Clemson's going to be the underdog? I mean, once
And
again.
if Clemson wins, SMU could knock Alabama out of the playoff.
Right. One of the teams is 9-3, the other's 11-1. Pick which one is which. Right. I'm telling you, this college football, it's why if it ends up being 4 SEC schools and 4 Big Ten schools, it really has not matched the season. I know you can make the argument that everybody who's in deserves to be in, but the season as a whole has been one of parity / mini chaos, and the playoff, in essence, will not reflect that, if you know what I mean.
No, I understand completely what you mean. But if SMU wins, that's what we're going to get.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, they made their decision. Bama over Miami. But if Clemson beats SMU, who do you think should get the final playoff spot, SMU or Alabama? Because that's what it'll come down to. That's what the committee will have to decide. And they'll have about 12 hours to do it because the ACC title game's tomorrow night. And so the result will, be in 11:30, something like that. And I believe by 11:30 noon on Sunday, they announce who the teams are that are in and what the seedings are, and here are the matchups.
And if they are true to what they said, no one who doesn't play changes their spot, if you will.
Correct.
I mean, they won't be leapfrogging Miami over Alabama. That, from what they said, is set in stone.
Right. However, those that play can move down. Like Ward Manuel did say that SMU, if they lose, can be out. He did say that. He was asked that question, and he said, yes, it's possible. The other thing that I'm curious about is if Penn State loses, and let's just say you and I are right, Oregon is clearly better and they win 7 to 10 points. Say 27-20 Oregon. Penn State going to drop from the 5 behind Notre Dame? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. The other thing, if you're a Penn State Notre Dame fan, is you're rooting for Texas. You don't want Georgia to win. Georgia becomes the 2 seed in all likelihood. And Texas would be in prime position to be the 5 and drop you down. So, things like that is seeding at stake. The other thing, if Clemson beats SMU, Boise with a win tonight has a chance to be the 3.
Think about that. A group of 5 team gets the 3 seed if Clemson were to win.
And the only shame of it is they're not going to get a home game. They'll get a first round bye, but they wouldn't get to host. I mean, right now, the 6-11 matchup is Notre Dame, Alabama. Imagine if Boise State got to host the winner of Notre Dame, Alabama. Come on, that'd be the biggest sporting event in the history of Idaho, wouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Could you imagine either fan base invading Boise for that game?
I think, and you and I have both been there. It's a terrific city. They'd
It's
love
as
it.
clean of a city as I've ever been to.
They'd love it. And besides, if it's Bama, they're like, well, hell, we just did South Bend in December. I mean, all right, we could do Boise. It's a little colder. It's a different cold, though. It's a dry cold.
It's a dry cold.
Right. Man, these mountains are gorgeous. Those mountains? Son of a gun. Wow. So that's what they've been talking about all these years.
It would be something. And I know, I mean, just to see Alabama or Notre Dame have to play on the blue turf.
Yeah. Come on, that's got to be the next step, right? I mean, we're really not going to keep propping up this bowl system, are we? Really? I mean, come on.
All we do is ask fans to pay and pay and pay.
Right.
And they keep doing it until they stop doing it, David. They're going to keep propping up the bowl system.
Listen, why? The reason to prop up the bowl system is to televise the games. Well, the games are going to be televised. Okay? I mean, you know, ABC, ESPN doesn't care where the games are. I mean, listen, this is just a flippant comment. Please don't anybody run with it. Okay? But, you know, apparently, the new administration is going to really try to pare down government, get rid of agencies and what have you. Well, can't college football do the same? I mean, can't there be an Elon Musk or a Vivek to college football and just say, listen, what are we doing with all these bowl games, for goodness sakes? If we got the first round games on campus, why can't we have the second round games on campus? And how crazy is that?
Well, Petiti and Sankey could do it. I mean, they're the two that could get that done.
Right.
And probably the only two. Because the bowls are still, they make their money for charity. They pay their CEOs huge sums of money to have these games.
Absurd. It's absurd. I mean, honestly, it's absurd. I know you want to wear one of those sport coats. I know you don't have many dreams left in life.
That's one. That's it, David.
But well, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is. We all have dreams. We all have dreams. Mark, what's the one dream you have left in life? What is it?
To be on a bowl committee and wear one of those ugly jackets.
That's it. That's what it's come down to, ladies and gentlemen. All right. He's happily married. He's got 2 great kids. They're both healthy. Knock on wood. Everything's going well. Mom's still hanging in there, living nearby. Life is good. Okay. He'd like to sell a couple more houses, a few more ads on the radio, but you know what? He status quo he could live with. What's the dream again?
To get a bowl game to Southwest Florida, be on the bowl committee,
right,
and wear the sport jacket at a college football game. Go to a college football game with my lime green with pink palm tree jacket.
Here we go.
Yep. I've already got the jacket designed. I've talked to people. We're ready.
The problem is you keep going back to, because Hertz moved their corporate headquarters a half dozen years ago to Southwest Florida. Hertz's color has nothing to do with lime green and pink. You do know they would be like, well, if we're going to put our name on this game.
All right, we'll go lime green for the it's actually not lime, it's key lime jackets.
Right.
And we'll do the yellow palm trees for Hertz.
Okay. I was going to say they're going to want a little something for the effort. And by effort, we mean a few million that they're going to put on the game. So you're going to have to augment the jacket with some yellow.
No, you're right. And I'm willing to do that. Whatever it takes to get me in an ugly sport coat at a game.
I forget where we were. I think it was Baton Rouge. Could have been Gainesville, but I think it was Baton Rouge. And 2 gentlemen representing a bowl walk by in their bowl sport coats. And Mark Miller. And you know how when you say something and you're supposed to either say it a little softer or wait until they go a little further away before you say it, because there's a possibility they could hear you. And Mark couldn't wait and couldn't keep his voice down and says out loud, I so want to wear ugly jackets like that one day. And the one guy while walking turns and looks around, and you start going on your, it's my dream. It's my dream. I so want to be the chairperson of a bowl and blah, blah, blah. And you just said it out loud. And the guy turned around and he had on,
Hideous.
it wasn't pink and it wasn't cranberry red, but it was a shade in between. Man, it was not good. And Mark was like, "Oh, give me 2 of those."
And he's wearing it proudly, the way that you should wear a jacket.
Right.
Taking advantage of all the free food you're getting.
I think he was Outback Bowl. It was something like that. Golly. And Mark was like, "That's living right there. That's I've climbed the mountain. Put me in one of those sport coats."
I've become friendly with a guy who is on a bowl committee, and every year he goes to a game. This year he went to see Clemson play, and they get treated like royalty at these games when they show up.
No, they get great seats. They're on the pass list. They walk around with their sport coats. I mean, there's nothing for you to do.
No.
The teams are selected for you. Your job is to what? Meet them at the airport, open the door for them when they get to the hotel, hand them what their schedule of events is once they arrive.
Give them their bag of goodies. That's it, David.
Come on. Golly. You hire somebody to get the volunteers together. You're not involved in that. You go down on the field and argue over who's going to present the trophy.
By the way, speaking of arguing on the field, how about the Lions anthem, not the anthem singer, but someone involved with the anthem, like holding the flag or whatever, started getting into it with
LaFleur.
And the Packers players last night?
That's out of line. I'm sorry. That's out of line. That person can't be involved in anything.
Ever again.
Yeah, come on now. Keep
that in the stand. That belongs in the stands, not on the field.
Yeah. Come on. You're representing the organization when we put you on the field. It's like putting you in an ugly bowl committee jacket. I mean, once we put you in that jacket, man, you got to act a certain way.
There's a certain amount of decorum that has to be met, David.
Right. I mean, if you're wearing that jacket, decorum and that jacket go hand in hand.
That's right.
Right. What are the colors of the jacket again?
Well, my original was key lime green.
Key lime green.
With pink palm trees.
Maybe is there a way to have, maybe just a yellow handkerchief? That's what it says Hertz on it. So you have it sticking up and on it says Hertz. Okay. Can you put that on? Because I'm telling you, they're going to want because they wear those. That's the other thing you do know those sport coats. They're all walking around with a patch.
Yes.
On their left breast. It represent what bowl game they are. So I have to admit, boy, the colors, the yellow would clash with both those really badly.
It would. You probably go with the key lime green and yellow palm trees.
You might have to get a different sponsor, which would be tough. I know. I'm just saying. I mean, we have to keep the authenticity of the jacket in mind here. I'd really like them as a corporate sponsor, but their colors clash with our jacket. And you could say, and the very first thing I did was design the jacket. Before I landed the game and got the teams here, the first thing I did was I selected the jacket. And yes, key lime pie green. He did say that out loud, ladies and gentlemen.
Key lime green.
He wants to wear this jacket. He wants to walk around the place that he calls home for the last 25 years, wearing this jacket for a week straight.
Oh, the events we'd have down here?
Yes, in a key
for a MAC versus Conference USA matchup.
It's got to be MAC. It's because of I-75. It's got to be MAC.
Definitely. Got to have a MAC team down here.
Got to get the MAC team down here. Right.
Get your MAC runner up against somebody.
Key lime pie green. Unbelievable.
Miller and Moulton. That's my dream.
Yep.
We all have sports dreams. Mine's not. I don't need any more wins. I just need a bowl game in Southwest Florida.
That's right. Just want to wear the sport coat. And that's when somebody goes, "You mean the Masters jacket?" Oh, no. No, a different shade of green, sir. A different shade of green. No, that's a beautiful shade of green. Everybody recognizes it. As soon as somebody sees it, they know what it's wearing. No. I want to wear a jacket which everybody goes, what the hell is that? That's my dream.
You got it. Now we're getting somewhere. Vote on the poll question. If SMU loses to Clemson, who do you think should get the last playoff spot, SMU or Alabama? Right now, 75% of the vote says SMU should get the final playoff spot if they indeed lose the ACC championship game to Clemson. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X to vote on the poll question.
Do you know, I think there's only one game this weekend with a point spread bigger than like 6 in the
Philly
NFL.
and Carolina?
Yeah, maybe some have gone up to 6.5, but basically every NFL game here, week 14, is less than 7. Don't know how intriguing the matchups are for some of you, but I mean, Vegas is saying it's going to be a really good week of NFL.
And then with all the college spreads being low, it should be a great weekend of football.
Yeah, I mean, think
Very
about it.
competitive weekend.
Think about it. We have 9 conference championship games. The biggest spread is 6. We have, 12 NFL games now left? And the biggest spread is 6.5. So what do we have? 20 out of 21 games where the point spread 6 or less?
And again, don't know how good the NFL games are going to be because there's, you've got some of these matchups like Dolphins-Jets that I don't know who wants to watch.
By the way, a buddy of mine just texted me and said, hey, after Christmas sales clearance, you should go and check out. You could probably find your sport coat somewhere.
It's not a bad idea.
Well, December 26th shopping for that sports jacket for that bowl game. That's just a dream. It's just a dream. Pat Kirwan, he's dreaming with us next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Christmas is almost here, and Thursday the 12th through Sunday the 15th, Jason and Todd at the Diamond District are giving you an extra gift. They're liquidating lab-grown diamond jewelry, diamond studs, tennis bracelets, earrings, and more. All 50, 60, even 70% off. The Diamond District has been your trusted source for natural diamonds for over 20 years, and because they love all diamonds, Jason and Todd now have lab-grown during their liquidation sale.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real,
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning, Pat.
Good morning, guys.
How are you?
Doing well. Just getting ready to I just put my wife back on a plane here, but we got here on Sunday night. Cold up here. Not fun.
It was cold down here this week. I can't imagine what it was like up there.
Oh man. I had to go up and wrap up the house at the lake, and that was like 17 degrees, and there I am outside trying to close up the shed and all that bull crap.
Good one last night.
Yeah. Keep those home teams coming on Thursday, Mark.
Well, they both had a week this time, though, so a little different, but yeah.
Yep. David, you look better.
Oh, he's no headsets on.
Yeah, I know. I said you look better.
Yeah, I'm feeling better.
Good.
Feeling and sounding better.
Yep. It's nothing like playoff scenarios to get you perked up. SMU or Alabama? Alabama would beat their ass by 10 touchdowns.
I don't know.
I do. SMU. Man, come on. I want to see the Alabama quarterback as many times as possible. I want to see that guy and figure out what I think of him.
Yeah, somebody's going to take him high just like Richardson.
Yep.
And it's going to be boom or bust.
You know, if you take him with a veteran that's got 2 or 3 years to go, that might work. But don't take him and put him on the field. Oh, man. All right, Seattle, Arizona.
Yeah, we both are going Arizona because we just think it's their season. And I know Seattle's playing better right now, but they've lost a couple times. They outplayed Minnesota. They blew that game.
I know. I'm not taking them, no. They did not outplay Seattle, I can tell you that.
No.
I'm really, really liking that Mike McDonald.
I know you are.
Man. His wife had a baby like right before the show together. We had a great time with him. He was funny. He goes, yeah, it got quiet in the room. I said, you know what? My kids were all born at 4 a.m, and I was in the hospital like at 11. He goes, yeah, that kind of has money. He goes, she fell asleep a little bit, and I just worked on blitz pressures.
That's outstanding.
Yeah. And then I said, well, my wife is going to kill me if I don't ask you the baby's name. And he goes, Jack, and he's got long arms. He's like,
that's hysterical.
Yeah. I said he's already working on the combine numbers.
I was going to say.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Thrilled to be joined once again on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
By Pat Kirwan. He of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, CBS's NFL Today show. 3 to 7 weekdays, 2 to 5 on Saturdays is how you can listen to Pat and his co-host Jim Miller. And then Sundays with the NFL Today, courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, a dozen locations in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Pat joining us on the American Paint Supplies hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. So we were hopeful that the Thursday night game, Pat, would be as good as it looked on paper, and it was. Boy, 11 wins in a row, and yet defensively, are they even going to have 11 guys left for the playoffs?
No, and I do admire what they decided to do last night, and that's try to win the game with the offense and just keep going for it on fourth downs, which people think Dan's crazy, but Dan knew his defense needed extra help, and he was willing to take the risk. So I get what they're doing, but your question is a good one. I don't know how many guys are going to get to come back in time, but more and more Philadelphia looks like they might have what it takes to play them. Can you imagine Saquon Barkley trying to run the outside zone and they're on defensive ends 5 and 6 or something? So yeah, getting Za'Darius helps out, but they really do need some help if they want to keep going. And I applaud Aaron Glenn and all he's done to put a Band-Aid on this, but the real weapon is outscore you, which ultimately is a bad weapon in Super Bowls and, playoff games. So you'd have to get past Philly to get to the Super Bowl. I think that would be a problem for them under the present circumstances. But they can score, and they can put 30 on a lot of people. Be interesting. I don't know if they could do it at Philly, so I'm with you. I think their formula, which was not by choice, doesn't look like it could take them to the finish line.
They have to play at home. I mean, they have to have the
Yes.
one because they need the week to get guys healthy. And I don't know. I mean, do you think they could go into Philadelphia and win? That offensive line travels, but boy, Philly is built for their stadium, aren't they?
They are. And I would say that it's a good question. I think the first answer is always no, you want to be at home. Of course they want to be at home, but their two-headed monster in the backfield behind that offensive line, it could be a heavy run day, which is not their style. They like to throw it. But I think, if you think about wind, just wind alone, forget snow and everything else, it probably would take 2 quarters away from them on a blustery day in January. So I would be inclined to think that home field would be critical for them.
Pat, it's the injuries every year that makes us wonder why it is the trade deadline is not later in the year. Not
Yes.
just because of the who's pretenders and who's contenders, but just that this is such a war of attrition, and that you would think the teams would want as many options as possible for as long as possible to replenish the roster. And think about how lively a later trade deadline would have been this year when you have such a dichotomy between good teams and bad teams. I mean, if we had gone another 2+ weeks and then had a trade deadline, the sell-off would have been amazing.
Yeah. Well, I feel as strongly about it as you guys do. I've always wanted it to be the Tuesday of Thanksgiving week. I thought that's a natural spot for it. And I also think that it benefits both ends of the league, really. The front end's trying to stay alive for playoff hopes, and the back end is trying to get draft picks for the draft. And you really have two groups that want to do it. You just have people on a competition committee that are and they like to say, we don't want fire sales. Well, the salary cap prevents fire sales. There are teams that really can't dump as many players as they think. And so I don't know, to satisfy those guys, which I would prefer not to satisfy them, but to satisfy them, how about we say you're allowed 10 trades? Make up a number and take the date out to where you want it to go. Now, who's going to complain about that? Nobody. And you talk about creating interest. And so we have some games. This week's a good example of what's coming for the next month. Bad games. And we got a bunch of games against 2 bad teams. And who's going to watch some of those games? I have no idea. Like Jacksonville at Tennessee. Well, I get it. But if they were, and you love to be the GM, I'm 100% with you. But I think because I've seen this hurdle before, and I know the guys that are going to be the problem, satisfy them, put a limit on it, David, react to that. But I made a big number there, 10. No one's trading 10 guys. Put the number on it, and then that'll prevent the fire sale that they always want to tell you is going to happen, which this is not baseball, and no one's going to liquidate a roster.
Pat, we've got 6 teams with byes, 4 of which are playoff teams, another which is trying to be a playoff team in the Colts. How beneficial to you is a bye this late in the season?
Well, most guys think it's very beneficial. And we're just talking about licking your wounds and trying to increase your roster depth, and they're hard to find and all that business. But there are coaches that worry when they're hot that this is a momentum loser. And some teams just don't react well because you've been playing for a long time. You guess what? When you give the players the 4 or 5 day weekend, they're getting on planes and headed to the Caribbean. And they come back, and coaches will say to me all the time, the worst day of practice all year is the first day back from the bye. And it's a problem, but I get why they want to get away from it. The coaches never get away from it. They're just doing self-analysis, really. But yeah, I think most players love it. And if you're a questionable, we'll see all the questionables on Sunday morning and Saturday afternoon. And in theory, those guys with an extra week would get themselves right and ready to roll.
You surprised, A, the 3-game suspension, and B, that it was fully upheld? We thought at least a game would be rescinded from Al-Shaair with the hit. Are you surprised at the suspension and the length of it?
I'm disappointed in the length of it, number one. And number two, not surprised they didn't reduce it. I wanted them to reduce it to 2. But the question is, why didn't they? And I think they drag in, which I struggle with, past events. And then they'll start telling you all about the things he's done in the past. Well, you did not fine him before. You didn't suspend him before. So how can you drag it to the table? I think you got to take this event and look at it, to itself. And they didn't. But then I don't think that the player helped himself with some of his commentary after it about some of the things he perceived as part of the way the league looks at him. Do you think they're going to find the general manager for what he said?
No.
I hope they don't.
Well, I hope they don't either. But I mean, he cursed at them and called them basically buffoons.
Yeah.
But take it out on the player, though. Take it out on the player. So yeah, I think we're all surprised that. And are you surprised, by the way, at the reaction from Brady and Mark Schlereth and some others, and really in which they're kind of in DeMeco Ryan's camp, in which they blamed Trevor and the Jags?
Well, I've always struggled with the late sliders, if you will. And we have never really monitored that, and we have never really enforced, because there's no way yet to enforce a decision that I think puts the defensive player in jeopardy. And they want 2 extra feet, 3 extra feet, and they slide late. Now, how do you legislate that? I'm not sure how you legislate it, but I do think the way they can handle it now without any rule changes is that when the official, determines you slid late, I'm not going to throw the flag on the guy for hitting you. We love judgment calls, right? Don't we always talk about judgment calls? Well, there's one. I'm the official on the field, and hopefully the guy at Park Avenue sees it the same way. A late slide, no flag on the guy who hit him. And now I'm not saying the Trevor Lawrence one was a late slide, but I've seen plenty of late slides. I had a good conversation about this with Russell Wilson, right? Former baseball player, great slider, wasn't greedy. We all use him as a model for how to be a runner as a quarterback and be safe. He was great at stepping out of bounds, and he was great at sliding early. And he played a long time without getting injured downfield. Some of these guys, and how about the guys who can't slide at all? That was another. Russell and I had a great laugh about some of these guys. They didn't play baseball, and they don't know how to slide. And some of them dive head first now. What do they think is going to happen to them that way?
Well, the one I'm curious about, and I said it to David earlier this week, Pat, is that Mahomes has made that little sideline move where he tries to get a few extra yards. At some point, a defender is going to blow him up.
Yeah. He's pretty quick on his feet. You would think by now he would have been splashed into the sideline. And he's good at avoiding it. So he's kind of clever that way. I was watching, I think it was Caleb last week. One of the rookie quarterbacks stopped 1 foot from the sideline.
Right, and got drilled.
He got drilled. and he should have been drilled.
Right.
But there's a lot of stupidity with the youngsters, as I say, and we've heard a lot. When Caleb didn't even know the situation at the end of the game, the sidelines is as much a dilemma as, I didn't know didn't have the ability to change the play. Okay. Yeah.
Pat Kirwan joining us here on Miller and Moulton. We've got about a minute and a half till we take our break. We'll just throw one game out there.
Sure.
Vikings have won 5 in a row. Falcons have lost 3 in a row. Atlanta, in Minnesota. What do you think?
Well, I talk to the coach Raheem every week, and 2 weeks ago his big cry was, we got to get some pass rush. Well, he developed some. He had 5 sacks in the game. As he fixed that problem, along comes the interceptions and how it's going to go. I don't think Atlanta can go in there and beat those guys. Minnesota is better than Atlanta. And Atlanta, people want to blame the quarterback, and he took all the blame. The coach blamed him. I blamed him. You blamed him. But the reality is, we keep talking about Kyle Pitts. Here's a good example. What's that guy doing? For the last 4 weeks, the tight end that was supposed to be an elite player, he has no touchdowns, 6 total receptions in 4 games on a team that wants to throw the ball, and a total of 75 yards. So I think there's issues there with who they're counting on if they want to be a good throwing team. So don't think Atlanta has a chance in that one. And that's going to start a real crazy run by Tampa Bay.
Tampa Bay with Vegas this week, and an opportunity, if Pat is right there, to get themselves into first place. He is Pat Kirwan. NFL Radio is moving the chains. CBS Sports, the NFL Today Show, and Pat joins us twice a week, courtesy of Pinchers. Pinchers, with restaurants from Tampa to Key West and all points in between. Pinchers, where you cannot fake fresh. More with Pat coming up on the other side. Go to millerandmoulton.com to vote on today's Swamp Buggy Races poll question. SMU or Alabama? If SMU loses, who gets in?
The Swamp Buggy races are this Sunday in Naples. Oh, wow, it's their 76th season. Let's go.
Get your tickets now at swampbuggy.com. It's family fun. A day full of racing at Florida Sports Park off Exit 101. 6 racing classes, men and women, compete at speeds up to 80 miles an hour around the famed Mile of Mud. It's the race with more tradition than Sebring or Daytona.
Get tickets online now at swampbuggy.com or at the box office this Sunday.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
This Christmas season, Jason and Todd with the Diamond District offer the lowest prices anywhere on GIA certified diamonds and beautiful diamond jewelry, pre-owned Rolex watches, estate jewelry, and colored gemstone jewelry. Plus, receive 23% off all diamond stud earrings and diamond bracelets. Come see why more people will unwrap gifts from the Diamond District this Christmas than any other jeweler in Southwest Florida. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So your wife's getting back in time for the teddy bear toss game.
Yeah, she is. And I saw her packing a teddy bear. I go, oh, it's good to see that thing finally leave the house. It's only been with us for 40 years. Oh, you know what? So Monday. I'm going to the game Wednesday. I'm going to the game Friday. Then I have to go to Detroit. I have tickets for John or for you, Mark, if you want them for the Saturday.
Okay.
All right. I'll just get them to you somehow or to John somehow, but the Saturday game for sure.
Thank you.
We have to go to Detroit. Oh boy.
And I know it's a big game, but it doesn't mean that much for Detroit.
No, it doesn't, but it's, we'll bill it as a preview of the Super Bowl or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, one's defending the 1 seed and the other one's attacking the 1 seed. So I'll be able to have a nice long talk about that and get enough information into their heads about it.
But a bigger game for Buffalo, I think.
Yeah. They have to be ready for Kansas City to slip. And that means keep winning. I don't know. Do you think I don't think the Chargers can beat Kansas City.
Mark does. I don't think they have enough offense. I think that they'd have to beat Kansas City the way they beat Atlanta. They'd have to force a bunch of turnovers and get a non-offensive score.
Yeah, I'm with you on all that.
But I think Jim for the next few weeks is going to try to play a lot of 17-13 football.
Yeah, that's his world. He's comfortable in it. Their receivers are not dependable.
Nope.
And consequently, Herbert.
Well, also, he's down to one running back worth a damn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was probably a bad pick. Oh, well.
Well,
no, they'll keep it close. I mean,
I will say this about keeping it close. They have kept a lot of the games close. Herbert has lost 5 in a row to Kansas City, but 4 of them by 1 score. He will keep the game close because sooner or later he's going to make plays with his feet or he's going to throw to someone who can catch finally. Coach Cowher is on his way to Pittsburgh for a big dinner tonight. I don't know. It's all the old timers, all his players. He is sitting down with Russell. Good. I said, Russell talk all day, so get an hour's worth. We can use it for other stuff. Mm-hmm. Seattle, Arizona, we'd worry about that one. I don't think Cleveland can beat Pittsburgh, although they've beaten 2 in a row here. I don't think they can do it again. A lot of dog games. Yeah, I know it. Before I heard you talking, David, about the point spread, did they change the point spread on the Tampa Bay Raider game? Because that was 7.5 when I got it on Sunday.
Well, it went down to 6 quickly, and now I think it's 6.5.
It is 6.5.
All right, Mark, here's to you. How many times has the half point killed you?
All the time.
Yeah, me too.
The hook's dreadful.
It is.
Hook may have been in play last night. It was 3 most of the day, but I think it was 3.5 at kickoff.
Yeah, it's amazing. And there's halves on almost every. How many halves are in these games? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Now change the Vegas 5.
There's only 4. There's only 4 games without a half. Yeah.
Yeah. That's not nice.
So 8 halves, 4 non.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
With our remaining moments with Pat Kirwan of NFL Radio, 3 to 7 weekdays, 2 to 5 during the season on Saturdays. The show is called Moving the Chains with his co-host Jim Miller. And then on Sundays, he's helping produce the NFL Today on CBS. Pat joining us courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, and over a dozen locations in between Pinchers where you can't fake fresh. Pat joining us on the American Paint Supplies hotline. All right, let's get into some of these games. We do have 5 games involving both teams with losing records. So while the point spreads this week are largely close, the games don't have the sexiest of appeals. Let's go to the desert. Seattle and Arizona. The Seahawks have suddenly won 3 in a row. Arizona was in first place. Now they're facing a must-win just like that.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people, probably you guys included, are taking Arizona. I can't take them, not after the way I saw Seattle play them the first time. What they did, the only 2 things you have to do is shut down the quarterback and contain him, and then close down Connor in the running game. Those are not easy, but they did both of those things extremely well. Geno's never lost to Seattle, and this is a divisional issue with me. And we talk about this regularly on this show. There are matchups in the divisions that seem to work one way or the other, and it doesn't make sense. And you went through the NFC East one time, David, and we had all of them figured out who beats whom all the time. Seattle has a good, and they are really flying high. I was talking to Leonard Williams. I was talking to Coach McDonald too, hours after his baby was born this week. They are excited about they're in the driver's seat for first place, and this game should probably put it away for them without any disasters down the stretch. A couple things I like besides Geno. I do like the following things, and ponder this for a second. Murray's thrown 2 touchdown passes in his last 106 throws. Now, if you're going to throw a touchdown once every 53 throws, you're not going to win. And James Conner, he has been in the end zone once in his last 62 carries. Those are the 2 things they absolutely need every Sunday, or they land up with the kind of record they have, 6-6. I'll be betting on Seattle to play them and not clinch the division, but certainly with the way things are going for the Rams and more importantly, the 49ers, that would be a sweep of Arizona.
And very quickly, just if you look at the standings, Mark, the Seahawks actually have the inferior division record compared to the Rams and the Cardinals. So if Seattle wins, they don't have to worry about it. They're 2 up on Arizona. The thought is the Rams are going to lose to the Bills. They could have a 2-game lead in the division. But if they lose, they could be tied with both those teams and have the far inferior division record.
Yep.
Well, and you brought up the Bills and the Rams. It's a game from a point spread standpoint. And I know the Bills are on the road, but it's only 3.5. That doesn't seem right to me. That seems like that should be 5.5, 6. The Rams are a little banged up, especially that offensive line. And we all know Bills Mafia travels. There's a bunch of, Rams, not like they draw home crowds, be a lot of Bills fans there. So I don't see any home field advantage. I'm a little surprised at the points, but I think Buffalo will handle them pretty easily. Don't you, Pat?
I think they should. And I would never take the Rams in this game, but I understand why it's tighter than people think. You look at Stafford, and you never know what Stafford, if he gets rolling. He had 8 touchdown passes in his last 3 games and no interceptions. I like those kind of things from him. If Williams doesn't fumble the ball, they'll be able to move it up and down the field and be able to do some things that would be painful to Buffalo. But at the end of the day, Buffalo's defense, which I think has been underrated all year, they're number 6 in points. They're number 2 scoring points. I just think at the end of the day, Josh Allen, if it gets tight, which the guys out in the desert suppose it's going to be tight, he'll take the game over. And he'll enjoy that nice warm weather after the Snow Bowl last week, and he'll run for 40 yards and a touchdown.
Do you see a bad team beating a pretty good to good team this week, like the Raiders in Tampa, Cleveland in Pittsburgh? Do you think there's a bad team? The biggest mismatch, obviously, is Carolina and Philly. But is there a bad team that you think, they got a puncher's shot this week?
First spot, and I don't know that'll happen, but it's a challenging question. The one I would go for is Cleveland. Mainly because they've beaten Pittsburgh 2 in a row. Now, I did talk to Herbig yesterday, and they're very much focused on losing to Cleveland 2 in a row. Remember when they never beat them? And it was like a mauling 13-14 in a row, some crazy number with Big Ben. But they were really interested in talking about, we got to clean up what we did. And they were very critical of themselves, Herbig was, about how they played. The problem they have is they can't handle Myles Garrett. And Myles Garrett has come, he loves playing against these guys. And he really took it personal in the game earlier this year because the world was saying, I think TJ is a better pass rusher than you. And then we saw Myles go off in the game. And he has gone and played very well in the last 4 times against Pittsburgh with 6 sacks, 9 hits on the quarterback, 7 tackles for loss, and forced fumble and a bunch of other stuff. If I had to pick one, I'd pick them. But I won't be picking them.
How do you think the Bears react with the interim coach now that Eberflus is out? Do you think that changes anything in Chicago, or are they going to still reel all the way to the end of this season?
You know, as we think about what happened at the end of the game and the head coach got fired, where was the OC, Thomas, in the helmet of his quarterback telling him to spike the ball or call a timeout? Yeah, we can blame the head coach. He takes all the blame, but we could also be blaming Thomas for that. They've asked Thomas to go from the guy who was not picked to be the OC to becoming the OC to becoming the head coach. And I don't think he's going to even be a candidate for the job, but I think it's an awful lot to ask him to now manage the games. That is, Kyle Shanahan on the other side of the field with a wounded football team. But Chicago has not done very well even since their bye. They're averaging 15 points a game. I do think that Caleb is starting to play better, especially the last 2 weeks, and I think the stats would back that up. But the 49ers are going nowhere, but they're not going to land up with a losing record, and I think that's where Thomas gets outcoached on Sunday.
Bears have lost 6 in a row, but the Niners have lost 3 in a row, and they've only scored 37 total points in those 3 games. They are reeling. All right, Mark's got an upset. He's picking the Chargers. Now, he has a love affair with the Chargers, but he's picking the Chargers to beat the Chiefs. These two usually play close games. What do you think?
I see why Mark's thinking about it, and I was thinking about it too, and I kind of thought we might get into this game, so I did spend a bunch of time on it. A lot of things on Mahomes, number one, just little things that I look at. 300-yard passing days. Back in the day, 2020, 8 times. I'm just talking regular season. 2021, 5. 2022, 10. Last year, just 2. This year, 1. So the magic is a little tough to handle there. Herbert, I don't know, man. 13 touchdown passes all year. Who's he throwing to that can catch the ball? One guy, McConkey. And so I don't think they can do it. But if you told me that, would I take him with the old 3.5? I'm not a bettor, but I might do that because Kansas City loves really close games.
And I think you can get 4 now.
Yeah, that's where it's at. It's at 4 points right now. Any other game jump off the board at you, Pat?
I am interested a little bit in that 49er game because, I never thought they'd fall this far. And so they got a lot of injuries. But guess what? Detroit has a lot of injuries too. Where's Purdy? Where's the Purdy I saw last year? And, he's got a contract thing coming up here pretty soon. They're going to try to win with Garendo at running back. Brock Purdy, think about what he's doing. San Francisco is 1 win and 5 losses against the playoff qualifiers. I'm shocked by that.
Well, the window is closed because of the injuries and now the cap and the age. It looks as if the window has closed and they're going to have to retool on the fly and, yes, make a big decision this offseason about Purdy because he's now finally eligible in the offseason for a contract extension. He's Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chain, CBS's NFL Today show, joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers. Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Pat, as always, appreciate your time and insight. Have a great weekend.
Yep, back at you, fellas. Enjoy the games, and be careful driving all over the country there, David.
Will do. Flying to Indy and then Dallas.
Good deal. Be careful.
Pat Kirwan joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. We are Miller and Moulton.
This is historic. This Sunday, Swamp Buggy Racing returns for their 76th season in Naples.
Let's go. Tickets are on sale at swampbuggy.com. And wow, they have kids' prices too.
It's family fun and serious racing as this great Southwest Florida tradition lives on at Florida Sports Park off Exit 101 in Naples. 6 classes, Swamp Buggies, even Jeeps flying around the famed Mile of Mud.
Get more details and tickets now at swampbuggy.com. Tickets available at the box office this Sunday.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You know what I find funny? We've done all these poll questions, and no one wants Alabama in the tournament, and yet Alabama will play and get one of the highest-rated games in that tournament.
Now it's going to help that they're playing Notre Dame, but yes, absolutely. They are the second best draw in the sport.
Right.
Yeah, Adam, I was starting to get that feeling yesterday during the Dr. Roto segment that we've got some desperate times this week because of the buys at wide receiver, quarterback, and running back this week. Well, right now, Deadstruck, the way it's seated, it would be Notre Dame hosting Alabama. And the thought is if Bama gets in, they'll be the 11. So The likelihood is they'll be playing either Penn State or Notre Dame. Like if Texas were to lose, they could be the 5. Penn State, if they lose, drop to 6. And
Go through the NFL games here.
yeah. I love my buddy listening in the car on his way to Dillard's and then walking in and seeing what he saw. And then
Is that where he's at? That's a
Yeah.
hell of a sport jacket collection.
He's at a Dillard's, I think, in Jersey, I think. No.
That is a hell of a collection.
How about that last one?
That was beautiful.
Wow.
And by beautiful, I mean really ugly.
Horrific. Wow. One of the 5 ugliest sport coats ever. That first one, though, I think that first one, that's come on. That green is right there, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
That's your key lime pie green, isn't it?
That's it.
That's your base right there for you to, when the time comes, so you just hand it to somebody and say, we're working off of this.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
At 22 minutes before the top of the hour, thanks so much for being with us on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
So behind that one, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question of the day. If SMU loses to Clemson, the final college football playoff spot's going to come down to SMU or Alabama. Who do you want the committee to choose? SMU or Bama? That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, millerandmoulton.com. Vote accordingly. By the way, this might be the Sunday to check out the Swamp Buggy Races. I mean, we just went through the NFL slate. Not a very sexy slate.
No, this is, every year, David, we have a family Christmas party that we only invite people who have kids.
Mm-hmm.
We started this a few years back when I still had Christmas parties to go to. The wife had Christmas parties to go to, and you got to get babysitters.
Right.
So this Sunday is the party.
Okay.
And I got grief from one of the, dads at a soccer practice. Was like, what do you mean? There's football. I'm like, there's TVs at my house.
Also, check out the schedule, man.
Don't worry. You're a Browns fan. You're not going to miss the Steelers game. My wife's a Steelers fan. That game gets volume.
Right. We're Steelers season ticket holders.
Just got the playoff invoice.
Ah, there you go.
Just got the playoff invoice.
You can make money on that. You could make money on that. I would think you could make money on the Steelers games the rest of the year. Don't they have like the Chiefs on Christmas?
We've already sold that. The only one that we haven't sold, I think, is actually Sunday's game against Cleveland. And no, the tickets have gone pretty well this year.
Yeah, it's funny what winning will do. It really is. All right, every game but one is a spread of 6.5 or less. So while we have 5 games, including Monday night, involving 2 losing teams, it's not the sexiest slate, but it looks to be a very competitive slate of games.
This is a weekend for you to gain a clear advantage on me. I'm up big in our NFL picks. Atlanta at Minnesota. Now, you took Atlanta plus the 5. Do you think they win outright?
No, I don't. But I do think they cover because I'm getting 5.5. Don't forget the half. But Falcons have lost 3 in a row. Vikings have won 5 in a row. And you know how the NFL works. I'll tell you what, Mark, I'll take the Falcons. I'll take them straight up. Come to think of it. I'll do it. Because this is how the NFL works. It is. It's why I'm picked Georgia over Texas. Doesn't make sense. Georgia's been for a while. But you know what? And Kirby's 1-4 in the SEC title game. That's why they're going to win, because it makes no sense.
New Orleans at your Giants. What a thriller this should be, David.
Wow. I think the Saints players are more interested in playing for their interim coach than the Giants players are for playing for their current coach. I do like the fact that Giants have 3 extra days of rest before this game, but I'll take the Saints.
I'll take the G-men.
Okay.
Just at home, cold weather. We'll see if New Orleans plays as hard this week as they have. Jacksonville at Tennessee. You laid the 3.5 with Tennessee, so we know where you are there. I've got to agree with you, although there's part of me that thinks that Jacksonville, after everything that happened last week, is going to come out with a much better effort this week with Jones, but I'll still take Tennessee. You give Vegas any shot against Tampa Bay?
Yes, because I think the Bucs are flawed, but I don't think Baker will play badly 2 weeks in a row. So I think the Raiders can hang, because I do think the Raiders are playing for Pierce. I just don't think they're particularly good.
Yeah, I think Tampa Bay takes care of business. Cleveland at Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's not going to lose to Cleveland again.
Well, I love teams that lose on Monday night, but yeah, it's difficult to envision that the Steelers lose 3 in a row to the Browns.
Carolina at Philadelphia. I'm assuming we're both picking Philadelphia in this game.
Yeah, although if I were to bet it, I would take the points. Carolina,
I would too.
A, they've played much better. B, Bryce Young looks like the quarterback that he was at Alabama.
I love the fact that he's starting to play better and looking like he might be able to play in this league a little bit. I don't want anybody to be that bust.
Nope. And he's looking like he's actually an NFL quarterback. Also, come on, the Eagles are human. All right. Don't you think the Eagles are looking at the schedule? They just came off the big game against the Ravens. All right. You could see the Eagles sleepwalking a little bit Sunday, couldn't you?
A little. But with that run game in their line, I just don't see how they could ever lose this game. The Jets at Miami. Let's see. It's going to be warm, beautiful weather. They're playing a bad football team. I'll take the Dolphins.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I will say the Jets are playing hard. They're just not playing well.
They're bad.
And they don't win close games. Like, if I had to, I think I'd take the points. But straight up, I'll take the Fins.
We both picked Arizona and laid the 2.5, so we will take Arizona against Seattle. Did Pat influence you at all and make you think Seattle's going to win this game?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's right. If you can corral Kyler Murray, you're going to beat the Cardinals. I just think that, and Seattle outplayed them the first time, but Arizona outplayed Minnesota last week. Arizona's better than we give them credit for.
I agree with that statement wholeheartedly, Dave.
They are, and they know it's their season. They can do the math. So we're both going to ride on that.
Buffalo at the Rams. I'm surprised. I should have probably picked this game. I think this number is way too low. Buffalo wins and covers.
It's funny. See, this game, I think, is a trap game for the Bills. Now, I thought a couple of other games along the way were going to be trap game for the Bills. The Bills got that showdown in Detroit next week. I mean, do the Rams have their full undivided attention? I think Josh Allen's the MVP of the league, and I think he'll make sure they win. But I put it this way, I don't think they'll play an A game. I think their B game's good enough, but I don't think they'll play an A game.
The Eberflussless Chicago Bears.
Nice.
Thank you. Are in San Francisco. San Francisco getting just what the doctor ordered here, a team that's been on a terrible losing streak. I like San Francisco, Brock Purdy to get things right. Even the third string running back will be able to have some success. I like San Francisco in this game.
Yeah, I'm going to go Chicago. I think the Niners are beyond reeling. I really do. Now you could say, well, David, the Bears have lost 6 in a row. Yeah, look at how they've just played the Packers and the Vikings and the Lions. I'm being very serious. Listen, you've all seen the last 3 weeks. Would the Niners have been competitive against those same 3 teams as the Bears just have been? That's a fair question to ask. All right. No, they would not have been. The Niners are a mess right now. I'm going to take the Bears.
I already took the Chargers and calling for the upset in Kansas City. I'm guessing you're going with the Chiefs, David.
I am, because I think the Chargers are very offensively challenged. The injury to Dobbins has them very vulnerable. That win against Atlanta is going to be a lot bigger than we think, because I don't know how many games the Chargers are going to win the rest of the way, because I don't know how many times they're even going to score 20 points.
And then your game on Monday night, Cincinnati at Dallas. Someone has to win, David.
It's difficult for me to imagine that Cooper Rush and the Cowboys can outscore the Bengals. Even against the Bengals defense, it's difficult for me to imagine that Cooper Rush and the Cowboys are going to win a shootout against Burrow and the Bengals, because you have to figure Burrow and the Bengals are going to score 30, right?
At least at least 28.
Well, they've been scoring, I think, on
I know.
average. Right. Yes, I'll go Bengals.
As will I. I'm with you. This is a perfect game for Cincinnati because Cooper Rush won't be able to keep up, and the Bengals should be able to get the win. That offense has been terrific, and besides, Joe Burrow bought the Batmobile. That's enough for a win for me.
Did you hear the story? So the Bengals, I think, have a new kicker. Okay, or they brought somebody in. I don't know if he's a kicker or a punter, but he just got brought in this week because I think did something happen to McPherson, the kicker? I don't know, but anyway, the Bengals have a new kicker this week, and his girlfriend is a Cowboys cheerleader. And so, they're like, so who's she going to be rooting for? And he goes, well, she's going to be rooting for me. I'm like, I don't know. And he says, well, she's already asked me, or told me, hey, second and fourth quarter, I'm on the visiting sidelines. So he said, so I'm going to try to, rendezvous with her during the second and fourth quarters. Listen, Mark, I don't know what storylines we're going to have Monday night on Monday Night Football. We might be keeping track of the kicker and the cheerleader.
Rendezvous.
Yeah, it's just, I guess talk, flirt, Hey,
Isn't
honey.
that cute?
Hey,
He's
honey.
got a job to do. He's a kicker for
Oh, I
crying.
know.
Take this seriously.
I agree, but I'm just saying. Apparently,
How
his
does a kicker get a Dallas Cowboy cheerleader? That's a kicker. That's out kicking your coverage, David.
Oh, that's well played. Well played. What can I say? Some guys have game. So, she may not realize that kicking, doesn't make him a football player. She may think he's still a football player. But And to Brandon Cornblue and any of the other kickers that are listening, come on now. Funny is funny. Give me the joke.
Miller and Moulton. Vote on our poll question. If SMU loses to Clemson, who do you think should get the last playoff spot? SMU or Alabama? Right now, SMU getting 77% of the vote on our Swamp Buggy Races poll question of the day. Go to swampbuggy.com to get your tickets to Sunday's races. We just gave you every reason why you should go to the races. The NFL schedule is blasé this week.
5 games, 5 of the 12 this Sunday and Monday, Mark, are teams with losing records playing each other. And some of the others are like Carolina against Philly, the Raiders against the Bucs. I mean, Sunday night Chiefs Chargers. I mean, what is the best game on the schedule? 6-6 Atlanta at 10-2 Minnesota,
or Seattle at Arizona.
Yeah, 7-5, 6-6. I mean, we have 2 games involving both teams with winning records. Seattle.
No.
The
best game of the night was last night. The best game of the week, rather, was last night.
No doubt. Not even close. Not even close.
So this is and with all the buys, do you think this is a good time to have a buy? Like if you're Baltimore, do you think this is a good time to have your buy?
Yes, I do. I really do. Yeah, it's a brutal season.
I think this is the perfect reset. I mean, you look at the teams that are on bye this week, with Houston getting a bye, with Baltimore getting a bye, with Denver getting a bye. I think this is Washington. Really, particularly a team like Washington with a rookie quarterback. It's been a long grind for him. He's been injured.
And for them, yeah, totally.
So I do think this will benefit Washington and will help them get into the playoffs with this bye late.
Now, the playoff picture is much more undecided in the NFC than the AFC because the Colts are also off this week, aren't they?
They are.
So the Colts are 2 games behind Denver for the final playoff spot in the AFC, and then they go to Denver a week from Sunday. To all intents and purposes, determine who the 7 playoff teams are going to be. Because if the Colts don't win, it would take almost an act of Congress for the 7 teams that are currently in the playoffs to miss the playoffs. They damn near have to lose out. In fact, they might even be able to lose out and still make it. That's how bad the AFC became overnight, man. I mean, this conference was flipping loaded last year. I mean, for goodness sakes, you had the whole AFC North that was above 500.
Well, in Cincinnati's obviously Cincinnati and San Francisco are the 2 biggest disappointments in the league. But Cincinnati, particularly in the AFC, what they have been, what that defense ended up doing this year has taken away a great season. I mean, we'd be talking about Joe Burrow for an MVP if the defense played halfway decent.
We had 10 teams with a winning record in the AFC last year. There were 7 teams with winning records who missed the playoffs. Or 3, I should say. Cincinnati, Jacksonville, and I don't know. There's one more.
Cleveland,
I swear.
right?
No, Cleveland was in.
I'm sorry.
Cleveland was in. But you had the 2 in the East. You had the 4 in the North. You had Houston and Jacksonville and Indianapolis. Oh, Indy. So you had Jacksonville, Indy, and Cincy, all at 9 and 8, all missed the playoffs last year in the AFC.
Incredibly disappointing seasons for a lot of teams in the AFC.
Right.
And a lot more questions at the quarterback position, David. We came into the season thinking that Tua was the guy, that Trevor was the guy. And I know Trevor's been hurt and he just got concussed, but we don't know heading into next year if Trevor's the guy. We don't.
Well, and Tua got hurt and he got concussed. And those 3 teams that we mentioned that all went 9 and 8 last year, yeah, it looks like none of them are even going to get to 9 wins this year. That they all went backwards and not forwards. Miller and Moulton. If this is it for you in Charlotte County and Lake City and surrounding areas, we thank you so much for listening. The Diamond District Bonus Hour in the 239 and the 904 is next.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them Just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, that's lovely.
What's that?
Computer decided to restart during the one that airs our commercials is restarting right now. Just hope it's all rebooted back up by the time we run our next commercial. Did not see that coming. What the hell? We may not have music to open here, David.
Okay.
What the hell? We're coming in dry. And we are back, Miller and Moulton. It is the bonus hour, the Diamond District bonus hour. No music this hour because, David, for whatever reason, the computer that runs all of our commercials decided to restart during the last commercial break.
Huh. To err is human, but to really mess things up, you need a computer. So, okay. All right. Good to know. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. It is a Football Friday.
Football Friday.
And we've obviously talked a lot of NFL here lately with Pat Kirwan, and we made our picks. We only differed on 4 games. A tremendous college football championship weekend is before us. 3 conference title games tonight. I mean, I would actually advise you, if you're going to watch football, do it tonight and tomorrow. I mean, you want to really earn some bonus points? All right, be very casual about your football on Sunday. Hell, go to the swamp buggy races even. I'm serious. I mean, it's not a good NFL weekend. And Pat hinted that we could have a lot of games look like this the rest of the way.
There it is. There was the music. I don't know if you caught that.
No, I missed it.
From the Floormeister Studios,
There it
Floormeisters,
is.
keeping it real.
Yep.
And now, here's Mark.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
We're still in the Floormeister Studios.
Yeah. Well,
Just
yes.
keeping it real.
Yeah. Well,
We're really keeping it real today.
We are really keeping it real. I mean, their slogan and our show certainly go hand in hand. Miller and Moulton in the Floormeister Studios. Just keeping it real, baby. Yeah.
Well, good to know the computer's updated for next week.
Oh, well, that's good to know. So, in all seriousness, we talk about it, but how many people are going to watch the Mountain West title game tonight on Fox? 8 o'clock. I mean, you're going to take in a little UNLV Boise State? I mean, really? Are you going to? Or are you just saying that you're excited about it, but you're paying lip service to it?
I'm going to watch it because I've only watched Boise play once this year. I've not watched Boise play football. I watched them play Wyoming. They looked horrible.
They did not look good, no. Against a bad team. Right. That's not a good look if you're judging them. They played UNLV at UNLV earlier in the year. They trailed for a good chunk of that game. Came from behind, won 29-24. They've got a Heisman Trophy finalist. That's the other thing. We haven't been told who the finalists are, have we?
No.
No, because they do the Heisman next weekend. They do an Army-Navy weekend. And I guess they announced the finalists this weekend. I mean, can't you announce them now? No?
Well, are the votes in yet? Are the votes go through championship game? I think they go through this weekend. I think the votes have to be in on Sunday.
Yeah, you're right. But you could, I mean, come on, you know who the finalists are. Because a lot of the voting, unfortunately, a lot of the voting's already been done. Now, there's less and less voting done before conference championship weekend every year. But there are a lot of people that put their ballots in after rivalry weekend.
Who would be your ballot right now?
Well, and I'm not just falling back on a cliche here, but what is the Heisman Trophy? It's awarded to the best player in college football in 2024. Can you confidently say that somebody is better than Travis Hunter?
No.
No. And I will reward the two-way play on a good team, a team that lost out in a tiebreaker to playing in their conference championship game. So I would vote for Travis Hunter. I would. Now, got to admit, Miami losing to Syracuse might have cost Cam Ward my first place vote because he's been carrying them because that defense has been bad and he's had to pull a few miracle fourth quarters. They've trailed at the start of the fourth quarter a lot this year.
But unfortunately, the latter part of the season, when they needed him to make some of these heroic games, he didn't do it against Georgia Tech. And, well, they didn't let him against Syracuse.
Right. Right. He might have.
We don't know.
Right. They kind of Blake Snelled him in the game against Syracuse. But would Cam had made my finalists, though, I believe you only get 3, first, second,
Yes.
and third. He would have gotten one of my votes. He would have.
And would the third have gone to the Boise State running back, or would it have gone to Sanders at Colorado?
Even though I think Sanders is a better player and will be a much better pro, he'll be a better pro quarterback than I think Genty will be a pro running back. I would have voted for the Boise State kid. Think about that, by the way. Whether, it's my imaginary ballot, because I haven't had one in 25 years. And believe me, I've asked a lot of people. No, apparently I suck. But think about that. Kid from Boise, kid from Colorado, and a kid from Miami who's a multi-time transfer, a Heisman ballot. Not Oregon, by the way. I mean, I don't even think the quarterback from Oregon is going to get invited to New York.
Well, I wonder how many they even invite to New York, because it's varied.
Yeah, some years they'll do as many as 5. Some years they only do 3.
I wonder if Sanders gets there. That's what I'm curious about. If he gets enough votes, or because that West vote could be a lot of Hunter, Genty, and Sanders.
Yeah, it could be. I'm also curious. I mean, Milroe was a front runner there for a long time, but did the Oklahoma game basically kill not just him winning it, but him even getting first, second, or third place votes? That's the other thing that
I think it did. By the way,
if you go back, they hyped the Heisman beginning in late September, and if you were to chart the hype, I mean, it changes drastically week to week. I mean, overreaction Monday applies more to the Heisman Trophy mark than it applies to anything else in football. We bail and reward guys week to week in the Heisman more than we do anything else. I mean, I remember vividly in 2012, Johnny Manziel was not on the Heisman radar the second weekend of November. He wasn't. He was entertaining. Him and Texas A&M had just started to get on a roll, but people forget they lost 2 games in September at home to LSU and Florida. So they were an SEC afterthought because they had 2 early losses. So they weren't getting in the SEC title contention. And then they ran the table in October. He starts playing well. They start looking like an interesting team. Yeah, then he goes into Tuscaloosa. And they put 3 touchdowns on the board in the first 12 minutes against undefeated defending national champion Alabama. And now all of a sudden, Johnny Manziel's the front runner for the Heisman.
it's interesting, David, if because for Milroe, if the Georgia-Alabama game would have been in November and he puts that type of performance up, what that would have done. But we forget things that happened earlier in the season when it comes to the Heisman race. It's an excellent point.
And for those that don't think that they'll send Sanders because they won't send 2 guys from the same team, I'm pretty sure they sent Leinart and Bush in the same year to New York. I mean, Leinart was the defending Heisman Trophy winner, and Reggie ended up winning it, and Matt finished, I think, 3rd. So I don't know if that's a hard and set rule. Besides, Mark, if you were the Heisman, wouldn't you want Shedeur Sanders? I mean, he's got to finish top 5, right?
Absolutely.
And I think if you finish top 5, it's not embarrassing if they invite you.
Is he going to be the first quarterback taken in the draft?
I think it depends on who's doing the picking. And sorry to fall back on that one. He would be for me. Of all the quarterbacks entering the draft this year, if I have to put my career on one of them, I would feel the best putting it on Sanders.
Throws a very catchable ball.
Yes, he's very accurate. He's very good in the pocket. And I know people fall in love with mobility, and I get why Cam Ward and maybe even Jalen Milroe may go before him. But not for me. I still think the NFL is 3rd and 6. Who can move the chains on 3rd and 6? Anybody can move the chains on 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3. Okay, move the chains on 3rd and 6, 3rd and 8. And that is done largely. Yeah, occasionally it's done with the quarterback's legs, usually when a play breaks down. But that is usually done with the quarterback taking the snap in the shotgun, reading the coverages, making sure that the blitz protection was set up properly, and making the right read and an accurate throw. That's how Super Bowls are won.
And I think everybody else is just a lot of work in these quarterbacks, whether you get Cam Ward, whomever else, whether you get Beck from Georgia. Just think there's a lot of work left and a lot of unknowns. So I'm with you on Sanders.
Pat loves the Senior Bowl. And I think this is a year where if you're Ewers, Beck, and the like, I even think Milroe, I would beg to get in the Senior Bowl, to be around, because I think your draft stock could skyrocket this year for 4 days in Mobile if you have a good week. If I was a quarterback, if I was not even Milroe, who's a first-round quarterback in most people's eyes, I really would want to get to Mobile and get in front of those NFL teams. Because Mark, they're not going to work out. The agents won't let them go to Indianapolis and throw. They won't. So the only thing left is a private scripted workout. And we know how valuable those are.
But a week's worth of practices with NFL coaches in Mobile goes
Right.
a long way to your stock, your draft stock being improved.
Running pro offenses, taking snaps from center. Yes. How you are in and out of the huddle. Right. Dealing with guys you have no chemistry with, which when you think about it will be your rookie year in the NFL. Yeah, I would want to see a lot of these quarterbacks. Listen, I don't know if Nussmeier, because I think Nussmeier has one more year of eligibility. I don't know if he's coming out, but that's somebody I'd love to see up close, because I don't know, shorts and a T-shirt, I don't know if anybody throws the ball better than Nussmeier at LSU. I mean, that guy can sling it.
Miller and Moulton. Talking a little quarterbacks, a little Heisman, and a little draft already as the football season is winding down. Championship weekend upon us, and an NFL Sunday that's a little lackluster. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was the day when What's on Tap. That's 25 minutes ahead. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, has your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle? Well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. It's the Diamond District bonus hour with Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X, coming at you from the Floormeisters studios. Floormeisters, just keeping it real on this Football Friday.
Football Friday. Started to think about it. We don't have that many of those left.
Do we have any? Well, we'll have the playoff in 2 weeks, right? First round,
Right.
that Friday, the 20th, I believe. They're squeezing in a game, I think, on the 20th. I think Friday night. I think they're playing a game, and then I think they're going to play 3
Right.
on Saturday.
You got it right.
But the Saturday games are going to go head-to-head with the 2 NFL games. Don't laugh. We as fans, we're pretty much used and abused and taken for granted. But sometimes we can get our point across by TV ratings. Man, I hope college football beats the NFL on December 21st. I really do.
That would be something.
Because then maybe the NFL will give it up and go back to, we'll just show a couple of games, a couple of nondescript games on NFL Network, type deal. As opposed to, they took this personally. They saw the college football playoff schedule and they took it personally. When college football looked at them and said, well, what the hell do you want us to do? When do you expect us to play these games? And they're like, well, not on that Saturday. We're scheduling games. We told you we're scheduling games. They're like, yeah, we play on Saturdays. It's kind of our thing. Well, you're not going to do that anymore. And they didn't just throw some nondescript, they didn't give you Cardinals Rams.
No, as a matter of fact, they did not, David. They gave us Chiefs Texans, which doesn't look as good now because Houston's
right. Even though it is 2 division leaders, and quite frankly, right now would be a potential divisional playoff game.
And then Steelers Ravens.
Right. And no one's ever interested in that. So you got Mahomes in the one and arguably the best active rivalry in the sport in the other. Right. And they're not on Peacock either.
No, that's the other thing. These are network games, right?
Yes, they are. Very much so.
Would you put, what are they going, noon, 4 and 8?
I think so.
And I'm sure the 8 o'clock game is going to be the Alabama, Notre Dame, Alabama, Penn State.
I wouldn't. I'd put my best game at 4.
I was just going to ask you that. Do you put the Buckeyes at 8, which, or do you put the Buckeyes, because the Buckeyes are the best draw?
They are. They are. So what are the matchups right now? Okay. First off, do you put the 5 to see? Because, Ohio State, Tennessee is the 8-9 game right now. You're saying put that game at 8 o'clock on Saturday?
Yeah.
Head-to-head with the Steelers Ravens.
No, because Steelers Ravens is 4:30.
Oh, really?
The NFL games are 1 and 4:30. That's the other thing.
Yeah, I'm going to put Ohio State, Tennessee up against the Steelers and the Ravens.
You're going to put that. Okay, so that's, and then you're going to let Alabama
and Notre Dame play at 8.
Penn State or Alabama and Notre Dame stand alone at 8.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to put, right now it's Notre Dame, right?
Right
now, yeah. I'm going to put Alabama and Notre Dame at 8 o'clock. Mm-hmm. And going up against Chiefs, Texans, my 2 options are Penn State. Let's just call it Arizona State. Do I make that Friday night? I probably would. Because my other option is what? Georgia, Indiana?
Right.
In a 7-10 right now? What game would you put where? Up against Chiefs, Texans.
You know the numbers a little bit better. What's a better national draw, Georgia or Penn State? Toss up.
It is maybe slight. It used to be slight edge Penn State. I don't know. See, to me, I think I'd go Georgia, Indiana for this reason. Playing up the whole Cinderella, Indiana against an SEC thing, I'd play that up.
And I just run commercials with the dog. I just have UGG on screen for 30 seconds with a graphic, with an old Kirwan graphic that said Indiana at Georgia, noon.
That's the other thing. I'm getting an hour head start on the NFL too. Seriously, if I'm college football, I go, you want war? I'll give you war.
Well, and they're going to war with ESPN, and it's not like ESPN gives the NFL any money.
No, only $2.7 billion a year. Right.
I mean, they're not just taking on college football; they're taking on one of their biggest broadcast partners.
Well, by dollars,
their biggest.
By dollars, it is their biggest. Yeah. No, if I'm like, fine, you want to go to war? We'll go to war. I do think, though, that weekend is going to be very telling. Like, let's just say if college football wins, what's beaten the NFL head-to-head here lately?
Nothing.
So that would be eye-popping for the NFL. Does the NFL dig their – I mean, how are they going to counter-program it better than what I guess they could put the Cowboys on. I mean, if they want to go, oh, okay, you want us to fight dirty? We're going to put the Cowboys on that Saturday. I mean, Joe Buck just gave an interview the other day in which the interviewer was going, boy, you got a real dog Monday night, the Bengals and the Cowboys. Joe goes, I do the Cowboys every week. Guy's like, what are you talking about? He's like, are you serious? Do I have to show you the Cowboys numbers?
I mean, do we have to remind you of what Cowboys Giants did on Thanksgiving Day?
And it was a horrendous game. Cooper Rush and the guy don't even know, Drew Lock. I mean, my goodness.
A game that should have set football broadcasting back 10 years gets the highest rated game of the year.
And one of the 5 highest rated games this decade in the regular season. But it will be interesting because trust me, both sides are going to be paying attention. If college football puts its best foot forward, and you have to admit right now on paper, college football is like, wow, we got SEC schools going north. Okay, we got an SEC school hosting a Cinderella, if you will. I mean, I don't know if we could have scripted it better than this. And if they get their butts kicked by the National Football League, they got to be like, we got to avoid the NFL. And that means that the playoffs are going to start a week earlier. Now, we could argue it should. I mean, let's face it. How many of us would love for the first round of the playoffs to be next weekend?
I think everybody but you. No, I mean, it's because of your love of Army Navy, and you like that it stands alone, and I give you full props for your love of that game. But everybody but you.
Yeah. But my thought is that if I'm running college football, and I would call up the powers that be involved with Army Navy and go, I'm really sorry, the NFL has forced my hand. Here's the other thing. There's not a single person involved in your game that's going to watch another game. Now, you're not going to get the casual fan. We are definitely taking the casual fan away from you. And over the last 15 years, you've enjoyed that advantage. This game has done really well because the person craving football, this is the only thing on that Saturday, and they end up watching. But if you're into Army Navy, you're going to watch that game over any other game. Alabama and Ohio State could be playing, and you're going to watch Army Navy. If you're into Army Navy, that's your game. It's going to be sold out. It's going to get the hardcore number that it's always going to get. But yeah, I'm going to cut your ratings by 30 to 50% because I don't know what to tell you. We got to play playoff games.
And that's what's at stake for the first playoff weekend going up against big-time NFL games here in a couple of weeks.
So, it's one of the few opportunities we have to be heard anymore. Sometimes we get heard at the box office. Sometimes we get heard at the ballot box. Sometimes we get heard by Nielsen. And in 2 weeks, that's how we're going to be heard. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap today was the day when. It's all next. Famous Cigar Bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous Cigar Bar.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit SleepTreatmentDirect.com. That's SleepTreatmentDirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Christmas is almost here, and Thursday the 12th through Sunday the 15th, Jason and Todd at the Diamond District are giving you an extra gift. They're liquidating lab-grown diamond jewelry, diamond studs, tennis bracelets, earrings, and more. All 50, 60, even 70% off. The Diamond District has been your trusted source for natural diamonds for over 20 years, and because they love all diamonds, Jason and Todd now have lab-grown during their liquidation sale. This is Miller and Moulton.
Look at T-Bell coming in for a little bonus time. Were you there last night? Did you go? It looked it. Were you the guy on the field during the anthem getting in LaFleur's face there?
Oh, we've had a Trent Bally sighting.
Yeah. Started out with 12-1. That was his first comment. Spelled out too, not numerically.
Oh,
Spelled out.
Did he go Detroit Paula, big block letters?
No. Trent, have you been to bed yet?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 till we're out of here. The Diamond District bonus hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. On this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
You know, the show started for us in Twitch. You know, we sign on like 5 minutes before we air. And we enjoy the first handful of people who, you know, they're jumping at the bit and they can't wait to get into the Twitch chat room and they text us and, you know, hey, that. All right. And she goes by the moniker Detroit Paula. All right. And big block letters. Okay. All she does is send us Detroit Lions messages to start the show. Exclamation points and everything capitalized, you know, like she's yelling at us. And here we are nearly 4 hours later. And who shows up in the Twitch chat room? Trent Bally. Haven't heard from him in weeks. Okay. Used to be part of the show, right?
Yeah. I produced it for a while.
Right. Occasionally stepped in, co-hosted and what have you. Filled in for an hour or so here and there.
Right.
Yeah. All of a sudden, out of nowhere. 12-1.
Yep.
Front runner.
Still half in the bag from the game that he was at last night would be my guess.
Right. To even go to work
I will
today.
not call him a front runner, though. He's been a season ticket holder too long to be considered a front runner.
No, that's true. He may be a Twitch front runner, but no, that's true. That's true. He's got scars. For a young man, he does have scars.
He really does. He's gone through an offer.
Right. It's true. Come to think of it. Yep. And you know what? I shouldn't rain on his parade. It looks as if, you know, now that he's approaching his mid-20s, his football and baseball teams are both good at the same damn time. I'm sure he didn't think that was possible. Like there was a law preventing it.
I just worry about the injuries on that defense for that team, but they managed to find ways to win. See what they can do next week against Buffalo. Big win last night against Green Bay.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
1865 we start. The 13th Amendment is ratified, abolishing slavery. Kind of a biggie.
1923, first U.S. presidential address broadcast on radio. Calvin Coolidge did it. 1947, the Everglades National Park is dedicated by President Truman. Today in 61, Ernie Davis wins the Heisman, becoming the first African-American to do so.
Was dead within a year and a half of leukemia. Never played a down in the NFL despite being the first pick of the draft the following spring. Tragic story. From Elmira, New York.
Today in 69, 300,000 attend a free concert featuring the Rolling Stones in Altamont. The Rolling Stones hired the Hells Angels to do security. It did not go well. It was marred by violence and 4 people died. Today in 73, Gerald Ford is sworn in as the first unelected vice president. Here's to President Ford for the first time today. Vinny Testaverde won his Heisman today in 86. Jerry Rice caught his 101st touchdown, which was a record today in 92, doing so in a 27-3 win over the Dolphins at the Stick. In 08, Florida beats Alabama 31-20 for the SEC title.
Came from behind in the fourth quarter. It's the only time I ever saw Nick take a loss well. He was actually smiling after the game. It was about a half hour after the game. All right. Went down into the locker room because I followed Gary. Gary just wanted to go in and, shake a few people's hand and what have you. And he saw Nick, and Nick said, hey, took the lead into the fourth. Tebow beat us. We made Tebow beat us in the pocket. He beat us in the pocket. What can you do?
Today in 2014, Florida State beats Georgia Tech for the ACC championship. And it was today in 2018 that Derrick Henry had a 238-yard, 4-touchdown performance when the Jags were annihilated by the Titans 30-9. He would also tie Dorsett with a 99-yard TD run, the longest in NFL history.
Although Dorsett did it when the Cowboys only had 10 men on the field. Top that.
Monday Night Football.
Yep.
Otto Graham and Randy Rhoads would have celebrated birthdays today. Larry Bowa is 79. Peter Buck from REM is 68. Kevin Cash is 47. Giannis is 30. And David's favorite, a boogie with the hoodie, is 29. That is Today Was a Day When, brought to you by the good folks at Game Day Men's Health. Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441. That's 239-427-3441 for their Naples or Bonita Springs location, or go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton for a 10% discount on your services. Did I miss anything?
A couple of things. The Washington Monument completed today in 1884. So happy birthday to the monument. I guess it's 140 years old. By the way, the pyramid is inscribed with some, I did not know this, Laus Deo. Lausdeo. It means praise be to God. Okay. And I think this officially qualifies as an intelligence failure. On this day, December 6th, 1941, FDR communicated to the Emperor of Japan, convinced on the basis of intelligence reports that the Japanese fleet was headed to Thailand to cause more mayhem. He sent a telegram: for the sake of humanity, intervene to prevent further death and destruction in the world. On December 6th, 1941. I think that goes down as an intelligence failure and timing.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly What do you got, Mark?
We go to Philadelphia for the good today, where Bernie Littman and Marjorie Fitterman were married. They break the record for the oldest couple to ever tie the knot.
Really?
He is 100. She is 102. They met at their senior living home and got married at their senior living home.
Huh.
Can't imagine it was much of a honeymoon.
What do you think? They watched Wheel and Jeopardy?
And had some pudding.
Hey,
Maybe Jello.
can we get some whipped cream with this? We're celebrating.
For the bad, we go to Fort Myers, where a burglar on Thanksgiving broke into a daycare. The Challenged Minds Learning Center was burglarized on Thanksgiving. Police are still on the lookout for who may have broken in, shattered the door, and stole items inside the daycare center. Finally, the ugly. We go to Port St. Lucie, Florida, where a Florida man was arrested and charged with lewd and lascivious behavior after police found him naked in an elementary school classroom with an array of sex toys and some weed.
Come on. What in the world is going on here?
When police arrived, he clothed himself quickly and started to run away. Police caught up, but he did put up a fight. Joe Urias hit one of the officers in the face.
Once again, what is with the whole getting violent with the police? All right, does anybody think, has this ever worked out?
No.
Ever? A, there's more of them than you. B, they're armed. C, if by some chance you do get away, you do know there are hundreds, if not thousands, that can then track you, right? I mean, come on.
That, David, is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Friday, December the 6th, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com, where they are still offering $10,000 for new officers. All the information available at capecops.com.
Once again, another question for the sergeant in the Cape there, our buddy. Okay? Ever show up in a classroom and there was a guy stoned naked? You know, I mean, things I'd like to know. Just from the good, bad, and ugly. I've got so many questions for this guy.
Well, the next time you're in town, we'll get a lunch together scheduled where we can just get the best of the Cape Coral Police Department's good, bad, and ugly.
Right. I mean, I have to admit, if I was like, you know, what do they call you're in training there to be a cop, or you're a young cop and what have you? Okay, all of a sudden I show up and a guy's naked in an empty classroom, stoned. I mean, there's a part of me that almost look at the sergeant and go, I don't need the $10,000 signing bonus. This is worth the price of admission right here. Man, I can't get this with any other job. This is outstanding. Hey, buddy, you know you're in a 4th grade classroom and you're naked? Please tell me there's some meth involved. Please. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Will not work out well for you, okay? Just saying. All right. We got 3 football games tonight, baby. Now one of them's on CBS Sports Network. I know it's a bit of a reach. Not only that, it's Western Kentucky, Jacksonville State. That's Jacksonville, Alabama. Hello.
Rich Rod.
It's the Conference USA Championship game. If you're West Virginia, by the way, you bring them back? And I'm being very serious here. Okay, if you're UCF with Scott Frost, if you're West Virginia with Rich Rod, you bring them back?
I got to think about bringing Rich Rod back. It's as good as they ever were.
You think? In the last 40 years, were they ever better than they were
No.
with Rich Rod? No.
And he's one of theirs.
Uh-huh. He can still move the ball. Okay. Boy, what a 15-year odyssey that's been. Offered the Alabama job. Turned it down. Some guy named Nick Saban ended up taking it. 7 o'clock, CBS Sports Network. 8 o'clock, 2 network games, baby. Big Fox, UNLV and Boise for the Mountain West Championship. The Broncos, a 4-point favorite at home on the blue turf. Clear and 28 is the expected forecast. And then to West Point we go, also 8 o'clock on ABC. Tulane, a 5-point road favorite. Biggest road favorite of the bunch, since the home teams are favored in the other two. Tulane at 10-1 Army. Army's only setback to Notre Dame, though they struggled last week. The American Championship. There you go, baby.
6 hockey games tonight. None of the Florida teams are in action. 2 best games are probably Washington at Toronto, and then a late game, Dallas at Vegas. Your Rangers hosting the Penguins. They are big favorites tonight against Pittsburgh.
Well, not to get too nitty-gritty here, but the Rangers have been free-falling. There's dissension. The GM wants to trade half the team. Half the guys he wants to trade, he can't contractually. And they've had 3 days off before this game. The thought is that if the Rangers don't respond tonight, the team gets blown up. And this group's been together this decade. So this is actually a game that's circled. If the Rangers don't show up tonight against Sid and the boys, this is a team gone to the conference finals 2 of the last 3 years. They're probably getting blown up if they don't respond tonight.
Magic are a 3.5-point favorite at Philadelphia. Lakers a 4.5-point dog at the Hawks. What if the Lakers? They've been reeling, and the Hawks playing pretty good basketball.
Hawks have won 5 in a row. Lakers have lost 6 of 8. Yeah. By the way, Milwaukee and Boston. Remember Milwaukee got off to that awful start? They're like 9-2 in their last 11.
And they're getting 7.5 tonight.
And like you just said, it's Giannis's birthday. Don't you have to play a Giannis prop bet tonight? How many times do great players have huge nights on their birthday? Just saying.
So there's a little bit of what's going on tonight as championship weekend is upon us.
We have our system play of the night, however.
Okay.
College basketball, Big Ten Network, 9 o'clock, Northwestern at home, unranked, 3.5-point dog against 19th ranked Illinois. So we're taking Northwestern in the points. It's our system play of the night. Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for listening.
The Swamp Buggy races are in Naples. Oh, wow. It's their 76th season. Let's go.
Get your tickets now at swampbuggy.com. It's family fun. A day full of racing at Florida Sports Park off Exit 101. 6 racing classes, men and women, compete at speeds up to 80 miles an hour around the famed Mile of Mud. It's the race with more tradition than Sebring or Daytona.
Get tickets online now at swampbuggy.com or at the box office this Sunday.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers.
If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Give me 1 second, David.